In 3, 2, 1, you're live.
Okay, good morning to those that are joining us through YouTube. This is the One High Point Commission first retreat, and our facilitator, Mr. Willie Ratchford, is going to walk through some of the particulars, some of the details of how this will move during the day. Mr. Ratchford.
Thank you, Chairman Austin. The first thing I would like to do is to go through the discussion guidelines for the meeting today. The guidelines will help us to stay focused and keep on track so that we can finish on time. And they are that, one, we're asking everyone to be mindful to follow directions from the chairman and the facilitator. Secondly, that you be respectful of others who are included in the meeting today. That as a part of our discussion, there will be no attacking, shaming, or blaming anyone, because that's not productive and does not do us any good with regards to the work that we're doing. We ask that those who speak, that you speak for yourself and not necessarily others. We think that it's important that you participate and that you also think for yourself, that you share airtime with others, and that means that you just can't do all of the talking and don't allow other people to actually participate. This is a democracy, and we want everyone to fully participate. That you actively listen to others. Put on your hearing ears when other folk are talking, because there will be a lot of important information shared back and forth today. And perhaps the most important things is that you all hear from one another. We ask that you open your minds to other possibilities. There will be a lot of both and today rather than either or. So we ask that you open your minds to other possibilities. We ask that you honor silence, and there will be those times when we're having substantive conversation, and there may be that silent or that pregnant pause where everybody wondering, is anyone going to say anything? And silent, this type of silence is actually good for this type of meeting. It gives folk an opportunity to think. That we work as a team to help enforce these discussion guidelines. It's not the chairman's job or my job as the facilitator to enforce these. It is everyone who is on the call today should have some responsibility in making sure that the rules of engagement are actually followed. And that we remember that failure to honor discussion guidelines does in fact have consequences. So if you get out of line, then I have recommended to the persons who are in charge of the meeting that they silence you. But I don't think that that's going to be necessary, because I think that we all are going to honor the guidelines that have been set up. And please keep in mind, even though this is a public meeting, the only persons who are allowed to participate in the discussion are the actual commissioners of the One High Point Commission, and staff and myself as needed. Others are free to listen in. However, it is the meeting of the One High Point Commission and not any other group at this time. Now I'm going to just quickly run through what the agenda is going to look like, and you'll see more of this later as the chairman opens this up. We're going to start with Chairman Austin, who will have an open and a welcome. And as we have traditionally done with these meetings, there will be a moment of silence and then a roll call, which will be done by Commissioner Williamson. Then we will have a purpose in charge with regards to today's meeting, which will be done by Chairman Austin. We're going to take about 20 to 30 minutes to do what's called a self-evaluation of the One High Point Commission to date. And I will lead that discussion and have some questions that we'll need you all to actually respond to. We will then come back with Chairman Austin, who will talk about those things that will be necessary as we move forward, including an overview of the work to be done, research topics and suggested policy recommendations, speakers and content considerations, task assignments, and project expenses. We will then have work assignments moving forward, and that discussion again will be led off by Chairman Austin. Then we're going to have the breakout sessions that were mentioned earlier, in which we'll break out into 4 different groups. There will be a genealogy group, a socioeconomics group, a federal reparations group, and a local history group. When you all break out into those groups, the expectation is that you will appoint a chairperson or a spokesperson, I'm sorry, who, when we come back, will actually share the relevant ideas from the discussion that you all had when you were in the breakout sessions. After we receive that feedback from the respective spokespersons, again, the group will have some time to talk about next steps and spend some time establishing timelines. And this work will be around continued research, resource building, plans for community forums and input, because that's important, report development and writing, and then plan to release and present the report, and then other things that you all might think necessary. After all of that, Chairman Austin will talk about the next meeting of the One High Point Commission, which I believe will happen in November. And then we will adjourn and retreat until further notice. With that, Chairman Austin, I will turn it over to you for the open and welcoming and the official beginning of the One High Point October the 22nd, 2022 retreat.
Thank you, Mr. Radford. If we could go to the first slide.
This is Uncle George.
All right. Again, good afternoon, everyone. To the commissioners, thank you all for all that you've done to this point with the One High Point Commission. To the NAACP Executive Committee members, the NAACP Committee on Reparation members, all city officials, and most importantly, to all the citizens of High Point and others that are joining us in this retreat. I'd like to welcome you all to our event today. This is one of several that we will be having from this point till the end of our work. On screen, I'm trying to maneuver through this myself, so y'all bear with me. The PowerPoint still up? And in order to stay on track, I'm going to follow this PowerPoint. Next screen. All right, the resolution. The City of High Point was presented with a proposed resolution submitted by the High Point NAACP, which set forth findings of the African American citizens of High Point in an effort to address the issues presented by the High Point NAACP's resolution. The city concluded that in the best interest of its citizens, the One High Point Commission was established. The resolution presented by the High Point NAACP requested that the One High Point Commission focus on areas of systemic and pervasive poverty, food insecurity, housing and home ownership, education and healthcare disparities, and low life expectancy rates that exist due to public policies that willfully and intentionally limited the economic and social growth of the residents of High Point. These outcomes are apparent in the areas that a racial homogeneous, with the population being majority Black. Next screen. Next screen. So as Mr. Radford went through the agenda, we will follow it as it's written. Next screen. The purpose. Number one is to study the institution of slavery, the de jure and de facto discrimination against freed slaves and their descendants, the lingering negative effects of the institution of slavery and discrimination. And let me say that all of this information is coming directly from the resolution, The manner in which textual and digital instructional resources and technologies are being used to deny the inhumanity of slavery and crimes against people of African descent, the direct benefits of societal institutions being private and public. Number two is identify, compile, and synthesize the relevant corpus of evidentiary documentation of the institution of slavery in the city. First bullet, the capture and procurement of Africans for slavery in the city, the sale and acquisition of Africans as chattel property, the treatment of slaves in the city, the extensive denial of humanity, sexual abuse, and the chattelization of persons in the city. Next slide. Purpose as it continues. Number three, the role which the city supported the institution of slavery in constitutional and statutory provisions, including the extent to which governments prevented, opposed, and restricted efforts of formerly enslaved and their descendants to repatriate to their homeland. Number four, the city ordinance or acts that discriminated against the formerly enslaved and their descendants who were deemed U.S. citizens from 1859 to present. Number five, in the city, the other forms of discrimination in the public and private sector against freed slaves and their descendants who were deemed citizens to include redlining, educational funding discrepancies, and predatory financial practices. And number six, the lingering negative effects of the institution of slavery on living African-American citizens in the city. That's the purpose that was given to us by the resolution that we're working through. Next slide. Our charge. The commission shall submit a written report of its findings and recommendations to the city council in 12 months from the date of the commission's first meeting. The report shall include, number one, recommendations for appropriate ways to educate the citizens of the city of the commission's findings. And number two, recommendations for appropriate remedies in consideration of the commission's findings, to include a formal apology by the city, creation or amendments of current policies and or ordinances, awards of compensation, and number three, the commission shall address, among other issues, how such recommendations comport with the international standards of remedy for wrongs and injuries caused by the city, to include full reparation and special measures as understood by various relevant international protocols, laws, and findings. And next slide. How the city may offer a formal apology on behalf of the African-American citizens for the perpetration of gross human rights violations and crimes against humanity on slaves and their descendants, and how the city ordinances, laws, and policies that continue to affect African Americans disproportionately and negatively as a group, and those that perpetuate the lingering effects materially and psychosocial can be eliminated, and how the injuries resulting from matters listed under the purpose can be reversed and provide appropriate policies, programs, projects, and recommendations for the purpose of reversing the injuries, and how, based on the commission's findings any form of compensation to the descendants of the enslaved can be calculated, and what form of compensation should be awarded, through what instrumentalities, and who should be eligible for such compensations, and how, in consideration of the commission's findings, any other forms of rehabilitation or restitution to African-American citizens of the city is warranted, and what the form and scope of those measures should take. Again, the purpose and the charge came directly from the resolution itself. There's been a lot of discussion as to what directions are we supposed to go, what information we're supposed to provide, and this is clear and concise. Now, let me back up for a second. I kind of jumped the gun, and we need to go back on the agenda and do what's most important, have our moment of silence. So if everyone please. Thank you. And the next is our roll call. Commissioner Williamson.
Okay, this is Commissioner Williamson. I will now commence the roll call to take place. We have Chair Joseph Austin,
Present.
Co-Chair Courtney Austin Wilson,
Present.
Commissioner Dawn Austin Page,
Present.
Commissioner Lovell McMichael,
Lavelle McMichael, present.
Commissioner Doris Patrick,
She's muted, but she's present.
Commissioner Constance Reynolds, Commissioner Janet Riley Wright,
Present.
Commissioner Robert Sims, Commissioner Bridget Tolliver, Commissioner Robert Williamson, present. Councilman Michael Holmes,
Present.
Councilman Tyrone Johnson.
Present.
And please note that Commissioner Constance Reynolds has joined us. Okay, next slide, please. The self-evaluation of the One High Point Commission to date. Next slide. This will be conducted by Mr. Willie Ratchford as WPA Consultant Incorporated.
And thank you, Chairman Austin. So one of the things that I think will be important to you all's overall process is that you take a little time out today to think about the charge as the chairman has just shared with you, and to get some sense as to how you all as a group think that you're doing. One of the things that we talked about when we first met with you all was that you all would need to work to make sure that not only was everyone on the same page, but that you're on the same page in the same book. And we also, one of the very first things that we asked about you all was how do you fight? And fighting is normal for any group that's working together. And in fact, it can be very useful and helpful if done in the right way. And so what we'd like to do now is give you all an opportunity to respond to some questions that we think will that will address this self-evaluation part of this process. And so our first question, as you can see on the screen here, is everyone on the same page? And anyone can just jump in to respond to this as you please. Is everyone on the One High Point Commission on the same page with regards to the work and where you're heading and what you are accomplishing?
I feel I am. Commissioner Patrick,
Okay, so Commissioner Patches feels that you all are on the same page. Would any others like to respond to that
This
question?
this is Commissioner Riley, right? I'm not
Mhm.
sure that we're on the same page. I'm sure what I feel like is that we're maybe working towards that, but are we on the same page at this time? I don't believe that we are. And I feel like we have some work to do in that area.
Okay, so we got someone who thinks that you're not necessarily on the same page. You're headed in the right direction, though, and that this still needs some work. Thank you for that, Commissioner Riley Wright. Others,
I would agree
please.
with I would agree with Commissioner Riley Wright. I don't think we're there. I think we have, which is completely fair for a commission like this to have different philosophical ideas about where we're going. We just need to hash those out towards the reality of what we can accomplish. That's the thing I don't think we've established. I don't know if we've established what the reality is that we can accomplish with this commission. And I think that is keeping us from coming to a consensus or coming to an accord on what we're doing.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Holmes. And he is right. When hashing it out means that, whatever the issues might be they difficult or some things that you're really proud about doing, there's nothing wrong with you all having a conversation about it. Resolution, a conflict resolution is a natural part of the process. And you all recognizing what may be problems or problematic or issues and sitting down and having that conversation and working those out is a good thing. Thank you for that. Any others, please?
This is Commissioner Riley Wright again. I do feel like some of the concerns too, for me, is not knowing. There are some things that I feel like I should know that I don't know. I often get in meetings and I want to know, well, where's the money so we can do this, that, or the other. When we don't have things in place that we can move forward, that also causes some stressors. For me, it does. Because I want us to be doing something, because we are also working on a time frame, which also makes it stressful because we're trying to beat this time frame. And is the next step that we don't meet the time frame, then we're just resolved and we don't complete our goal. And that's concerning for me.
And thank you for that. That sounds like a need for improved and better communications. Anyone else, please?
This is Courtney Austin Wilson, Vice Chair. That to me, Willie, sounded more like it needs to be clear, defined lines and an honest conversation about where is the money, because we are 4 months in and we do not have any funding. So it sounds more like we need a clear answer on it. And if there is available money, we need to be able to see that tangible in the next week.
Okay, so knowing about the possibility of resources, including monetary resources, is going to be important to the commission and the members of the commission. I hear that. Thank you for that. Anyone else, please? Okay, so if there are no additional responses to that particular question right now, we would ask that you continue to think about this. And as ideas or suggestions come to mind, these are things that you want to share with the chair and staff and the vice chair, because these are things that are important to all members of the commission. And it gives you an opportunity to at least begin to build foundation and platform to be on the same page. It is about knowledge. It is about communications. It is about talking with one another and working out your problems when you have them. So with that, I'm going to move to the second question. And it is, does everyone feel that they have or have had ample opportunity to give input to the process and what should happen going forward? And as I had mentioned earlier in the ground rules, these silent pauses, I'm assuming that means that you're thinking.
Mr. Rashford, I think everyone has had an opportunity. I don't know if everyone has capitalized on that opportunity. I think we do have room for many more voices to express things. I'm fairly certain that anyone who applied to this commission has things that they want to say or express. I just, even in this setting, I hope that we don't take up so much of the air of those who are a little bit more comfortable speaking from those who would want. I hope that we are deliberate in getting those who traditionally don't weigh in to speak out in this meeting. I would love to hear from everyone in an ample setting. We have 6 hours, and I think we're served well if everyone has an opportunity to say what they need to say. So I don't know if we have the opportunity. I don't know if we've maximized it.
Excellent, excellent. And that happens very often in these types of settings. One, you want to make sure that everyone at least has the opportunity. Now, whether they take advantage of that opportunity or not is up to them. But to your point, if you're going to have a well thought out process at the end of this journey, then those who have not spoken up need to take a chance, take an opportunity to speak up and give input, because your input is as valuable as anyone else's input who's on the call today and who may be a member of the One High Point Commission. So please take opportunities to Commissioner Holmes' suggestion to participate. That is an expectation. Yes, I'm sorry.
This is Commissioner Austin Wilson. I would just like to say for the it's 13 of us, and I don't know how many are on the call, but it's 13 of us total. And we are here standing in the shoes of our great ancestors. I'm talking about Callie House and Frederick Douglass and Fannie Lou Hamer and Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Marcus Garvey. Great people that had a vision and wanted to move our people forward to freedom, true freedom. So we've been tasked to stand in those shoes. We have to speak up. There's no way that we have pockets of silence, because there's a lot to say in this space. And I don't know if people don't feel it's a safe space, or people just really don't have anything to say and maybe they shouldn't be at the table. But we're standing in the shoes representing 40 to 60,000 Black Americans, Black citizens, taxpayers of High Point. I think we all should have something to say. And I don't think we should have to be pulling teeth to get somebody to speak. Even if we have to go around the table, the 7 people that are here, just call upon each one and ask them the question, if that's the case. But let's hear from people.
So
because that's truly why they're on the commission.
This is Commissioner McMichael, and I feel like on a Zoom call, you probably should go around the room, because I've tried to chime in twice and wasn't able to. So I also don't want the silence, or when somebody else chimes in before somebody else, to look as if people don't have anything to say, because it's an electronic mode. We have to just understand the dynamics of pauses and delays in the airways. So to that point, I feel like, me personally speaking for myself, I've had ample time to express my feelings and work directly with the Public Relations Committee. And I'm satisfied with the work that we've done thus far, and understand that we really need to do some more work in order to canvass the community and get more feedback from the community. I also feel like we need to take advantage of the resolution and actually do the research and come up with documentation and valid examples of how the city of High Point has been complicit in the systemic oppression of African Americans, and put numbers to it in terms of those who have been disenfranchised in housing, those who have been disenfranchised with education, those who have not been able to transfer the wealth from generation to generation because of all of the policies that have been written to really eliminate African Americans from those opportunities that have been presented. I feel that we need to use our time wisely. I feel like we need to use our voices to really
Uh-oh. I
Did-
can't hear anybody. Okay.
No, I think he may have gotten cut off. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Maybe he accidentally muted himself.
Yeah, he's back on.
It's back on.
No, I'm still.
There he is. Okay.
Yeah, what part didn't you hear? What was the last thing you heard me say?
What was that? You were right in the middle of a sentence and then you just went off.
Lavelle,
Okay.
you were talking about using the time to do the research to quantify the damage done in housing and education and the opportunity costs that were lost to to systemic racism.
Right. And so the systemic racism has been documented in terms of those persons who have been disenfranchised. So it is really our job to just open up the history books, open up the logs, and to start to present that information to one another and deliberate about those things versus other things. That way we can move this agenda forward and then work on the other things that we need to do in order to make sure that this commission is effective. So I feel like I've had opportunity to speak. I don't mind speaking. I'm not afraid to speak. I know that I
Right.
bring a voice and expertise to this. So I'm excited about the opportunity to have a seat at the table.
And thank you for that. And to your point, lending voice to this process from each and every one of you is going to be important, very important, especially from the day of this retreat until the end of this process, because you all are really on the verge of getting into the meat of this work, and it's going to be important that that you all hear from everybody.
Let me take a moment to say that to Commissioner McMichael's point, if everyone would use like I did just then, but didn't get recognized, just raise your hand if you want to speak. That way we can make sure we go around to everyone and you're duly noted or identified.
Okay, so and yeah, okay, Janet Riley Wright has her hand up.
Yes. So just speaking along those terms and looking at where we're at, there are other things that I feel like we need to discuss in reference to why we're not moving faster. So every time we have something that we talk about in the Public Relations Commission and then subcommittee, then we need to wait, present it to the full committee, then we need to wait and let the committee know that it's been accepted. Then we need to try to start a process, which is making things very, very long and causing some things not to get done as quickly as they probably should be. We should be, in my opinion, talking to the public more. We should be able to get some of those community forums in place, and we're just getting to that space. And I think that makes some people feel like we're not educating, but some of the reason that we're not educating is we're going through this long process of delay that's keeping us from getting there.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, a more efficient process might be helpful. Anyone
Yes,
else?
if a subcommission committee is trusted to do something, then at some point, after being discussed with the proper positions or persons, it should be able to move on. But to constantly go through a cycle, I got to go back to Willie. Now I got to go to Duran. Now I got to go back. Now I got to go back to the committee. And eventually we may get a yes. And by then we're 3-4 weeks behind a month what we need to have been doing. We need to be doing something action-wise in this community at this point.
Excellent. And that sounds like something that you all perhaps need to have some more conversation about and see if you can come up with some more efficient ways of making decisions and getting them approved and moving forward. Thank you for that. Does anyone else want to respond to this question before I move on to the next question, please?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson's hand is up.
Okay, Mr. Robert Williamson, your hand is up. Would you please?
Hi, this is Commissioner Robert Williamson. In regards to where the commission is going and the timeline that we are trying to meet, I feel that we would have been better served if, this is just my opinion, we would have been better served if we had already had a budget in place prior to the commission being established. So with that budget being established, we would have an understanding of where monetary resources can go, what we have in order to complete certain tasks. And at this point, we still don't have that. So I feel that that's a major delay of progress to this commission. And if we would have had that in place early on, we could be further along than where we already are. And also in regards to subcommittee meetings, information distribution, I know we have the option of sitting in on other subcommittees, but my question is information being shared to the commissioners who are not on the subcommittees, particular subcommittees, as to what went down in the meetings of those, in those subcommittees?
And so again, we're hearing more about the need for appropriate and needed resources, as well as for forwarding information on that works its way up through the subcommittees. Anyone else, please?
Yes, this is Commissioner Patrick. I would like to speak to the remarks that the previous person just said about getting the word out and getting more involved with our citizen. I know Chairman Brad Lilly is starting up a town hall meetings shortly after we finish this, because he wanted to hear of any change before he went out there. He just felt that a town hall meeting should be going on and more people should be involved to ask the question, what are we doing and why are we doing it? And what's reparation and what would that mean to me? So I know that is forthcoming soon. And that should be helpful in where we are.
Perfect. Lavelle McMichael, your hand is up, please.
Yes, Commissioner McMichael speaking, and I really strongly suggest that we develop in this setting a 30-day, 90-day plan with accountability measures that allow us to complete tasks that literally need to be done in order to move our agenda forward. And to Commissioner Williamson's point, we do give committee reports at commission meetings, and we do send our notes from our meetings to the group. However, sometimes face-to-face or verbal communication is more easily received. So we may have to look at a frequency in meeting as a commission in terms of once a month. Because of the magnitude of the work that we're doing, it really requires boots on the ground, consistently working and then transferring information. So is there like a working document that we can all be a part of to really put in our progress, but then to also have objectives and goals that are met on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, a 30-day basis, a 90-day basis, in order to make sure that we're moving the agenda forward. Because if we're only just meeting once a month or in subcommittee meetings, that's not a time for the magnitude of the work that we're doing. And if we don't have specific questions that we are looking for the answers to and really bringing the actual answer back, then we're really delayed. We're just having intellectual conversations, but we're really not doing work to get to the bottom line of High Point's complicit involvement in the systemic oppression of African Americans and what are our recommendations moving forward.
And thank you for that. And I'm going to ask if you would please to keep in mind once we start talking about next steps in establishing timelines, please remember to bring up your idea about the 30-day, 60-day, 90-day layout moving forward. I think that might be helpful. Courtney Austin Wilson, I believe you're Commissioner Courtney Austin Wilson. I see your hand, please.
Yes, I wanted to ask the question to the Communications Committee, what is the holdup on speaking to the community? And maybe I have not been in the loop to know that they have already met with the community. So if you have met with the community, my apologies. But if not, there seems to be a holdup. And if so, what is the holdup? And yes, Doris, I think you were speaking of the NAACP and their activity with setting up town hall meetings. And they should be setting up town hall meetings and speaking to the community at large. But in tandem, we should also be setting up ours and doing the same exact thing, because the more community efforts that we have and the more participants, the more it will spread into the community. And we can really be engaging within the community that way. So is there a holdup? And if so, what is the holdup?
Well, Courtney,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, he is chair of the Reparation Committee, which is separate from the NAACP committee. He will not be, it will be about reparation that he's seeking answer, information, and input.
Oh, no. Yes, I wasn't saying that, Ms. Doris. I was saying he was from the NAACP organization.
Oh, okay.
Not a specific committee. No, I'm just clarifying who you're speaking of.
Okay.
And what their job and what their action item is in the community, separate and apart from what our action items are in the community.
And this sounds like something that you all need to have some further discussion on. I'm going to have Chairman Austin to do, he has his hand up. I'm going to allow him to respond. Then we need to move on with the questions. And I'm rushing you because I don't have that much time on the agenda. But all of these things that you all have talked about so far are important and should be part of the conversation moving forward.
Right,
So,
but no one answered the question about, is there a holdup? I was waiting on the committee to answer.
Well, I
that.
have my hand up. So as soon as I get called on, I'll respond as the chairman of the Public Relations Committee.
Okay,
Thank
so
you,
let's do Chairman Austin, and then we will let you respond to that question. Then we'll need to move on to the next question. Chairman Austin, please.
Okay, I just wanted to reiterate that we are here to discuss what it is that we're doing. And it's great that other organizations out in the community are having forums and so forth, and we can partner probably or maybe in some of those, but the purpose of this part of the agenda is so that we're on the same page talking about what we're doing. So if we could keep that discussion to that, it would be most helpful, because everything that you've said to this point has been great. Great feedback to those questions. So
we're going to give him a quick chance to respond to the question from Vice Chair, and then we're going to move on to the next question on the screen, please.
Oh, and I hate to and the other piece that I was going to say is,
oh, I'm sorry.
And we have time to spend on this, because once we leave this part, we have to be on the same page moving forward. And I think as we go through, because I understand most of you didn't receive the PowerPoint, as we go through the PowerPoint, I think some of your questions are going to be answered.
All right, thank you. Now, if we can get a response to the Vice Chair's question, we'll then move to the next question.
Commissioner McMichael speaking. So no, there has not been a delay. And one of the deliverables that we've tried to do is let everybody know that they have a voice to have these discussions in their areas of influence. So I've talked to several audiences about what we're doing and have been attending several community events, not necessarily as a commissioner, but really having this discussion in the DEI sector, as well as in churches that I attend. One of the things that the commission, Public Relations Commission, has been doing is scheduling Where Do We Go From Here talk with the YWCA, which is a community event, as well as planning what the protocols look like for us to have a town hall. And we were waiting for information from the research committee because we didn't want to go put the cart before the horse, to make sure that we had answers to questions from a city perspective, and not just, like, how are we defining how the city has been complicit in this and what are our findings? So we've been having those discussions. In our last few meetings, we said that we needed to have a joint meeting with research to make sure that all of our talking points are in line with what you're finding. So no, we've planned some upcoming events. We've laid out what a town hall would look like. We've talked about having a storytelling series that goes around. Those things take time. It's not as easy as me just saying, hey, we're going to be talking on this date. So we've been working, but like to Commissioner Riley Wright's point, there are protocols that the city have in place. There are people that we need to talk to. I'm trying to get marketing material so that we can post on Facebook and Instagram. But with that delay, I've asked those on our committee to go ahead and use their social media influence to start getting the message out, to invite people to our meetings, because that's what we need to do regardless of what the delays are. So no, there has not been a delay on my part or any of the committee members' part to getting the word out. It hasn't been massive as I would like, but I'm just following the protocols that's in place.
All right, thank you for that. And so I want to now move to this next question, and I need you all to think about all of the work that you have done to date. What is going well?
We have a plan. This is Commissioner Riley, right? We at least have a plan for some town hall meetings, some community events. We have a plan. We'd like to see that plan moving a bit faster, but we have a direction, we have a plan. And we're continuing to talk, we're continuing to communicate and building our communication. People know that there's a reparations commission. I'm not sure that people understand. I'm not always sure that all of the commissioners, all of us understand our position as the reparations commission stands, the One High Point Commission stands, but we're working on that. And nothing can be successful that we don't work on. So we're working on it. That's a positive.
All right, thank you for that. And having a plan is really a great idea. Others, what do you think is going well with the commission?
This is Councilman Holmes. To supplement Commissioner Riley Wright's point, I think from the public relations standpoint, we do have a very solid plan. And I think from the moment we released the initial talking points, one of the things that I highlighted was message discipline. And the one thing, if you're releasing a product, you don't want to release it too early before you have the ability to answer the basic questions.
Mm-hmm.
And we did not have those answers. Matter of fact, we didn't have a cohesive understanding of what the commission is doing amongst ourselves. So for us to go to the public when we have not solidified who we are and what we're offering would have been a folly in my belief. So we've come to a point now where we have talking points. We've made community connections. We've done a soft launch on public relations. Now we have a basic policy platform that we can speak to. There are a lot of different things that we have in place now that will give us much more information to offer to the public. We were going to the public in a town hall forum without some of those basic things. It was premature. And so having a plan, making those things, marketing materials, all those stuff that we need to give people to take away, those are important aspects of marketing and giving those things back to the public when they walk away, because they'll sit there for 30 minutes or an hour and they'll hear everything that you say and they may not forget it. But when they walk away with things, tangible things, they have that to refer back to. And those are things that we still need to create. And so putting the cart before the horse was a very apt comparison to what we were thinking about doing, getting out there. And so we need to make sure that we have message discipline before we go out, and the message needs to be understood by every single commissioner. And I hope today we accomplish that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Holmes. Anyone else in terms of what's going well? Let's take about one or two more, please, quickly. Yes, Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, I would say that some of the things that are going well, people are now talking more. about reparation, whether it's wrong, right, but people are talking more about it. So definitely when we have the town hall meetings, some people will have a little bit better understanding. I know I get questions all the time. What is reparation? What does it look like? What are we trying to do? What are we going to do? That kind of thing. So people are really talking about it. And so that's a good thing, because before people were not really talking about it. So, and I believe with the talking points that, if I'm not mistaken, that we have public relations committee presented to the full commission, those talking points, in my opinion, are very good talking points. So, I think we're doing a great job with that.
All right,
That's
thank
far.
you. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Anyone else? One more, let's get one more. What's going well? And if no one wants to respond now, if there are other things that you think are going well, I think at some point you should share it during this meeting or during this retreat, or even after the retreat is over. Please share that information with the chairman. So then our next question is this: what is not going well and may need changing? And Commissioner Williamson, I see your hand up. I don't know if it's that's from the last time around and you forgot to take it down, or if you have it up to speak.
It was from the last. This is Commissioner Williamson. It was from the last time, but I can go ahead and speak on what I was going to say from that last question. I see that what's going right is that there's passion in regards to this topic and to the work that we're trying to do. So I commend the group on the passion that I see taking place. In regards to things that I don't see that's going well, is I think this is just my opinion, communication. Because I am getting secondhand communication from particular commissioners that I have not been aware of. But I take that with a grain of salt, because if it's not information that has been provided to the whole group, I don't consider it as vital information. It's more of, in my opinion, more of gossip in regards to who's doing what on the commission and who's trying to do what on the commission. So that's just my thoughts on that.
And thank you for that. Anytime you have human beings working together, gossip is going to be part of the process. So that's not surprising. Anyone else? What is not going as well as perhaps you would like, and you would like to see some changes? Anyone, please.
This is Commissioner McMichael. What I would like to see moving forward is, for example, if we're switching to a virtual setting, that there be Zoom protocols that are established, that there is, ways for us to know how things are going to flow so that we can prepare accordingly and not make assumptions about things or have to ruffle to get to where we need to be eventually. I would also like to see those plans in place with action items for all of the commissioners within their scope of work or their abilities to be able to make sure that we're getting closer to the goals and objectives of the resolution and of getting to where we need to be. So I would like more direction. And I know we've been pushing for a project manager, which will probably do those things. In the meantime, we have to, with all of the talent and abilities on the commission, and utilize our time more wisely to really get those action items done. So I would like to see that happen.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you for that. Anyone else with regards to what may not be going as well as you would like, and you would like to see some change?
This is Commissioner. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead. Please.
This is Commissioner Reynolds. How y'all doing? Sorry I hopped on late.
No problem.
And I will be in and out. Y'all know I have children, and Saturday is a busy day. So I just wanted to say in terms of what is not going well, what I would like to see changes in, one in particular would be in transparency and in our leadership. I have witnessed on more than one occasion since we've begun to start quote unquote doing work that things require chair approval, and I might have missed it in our original paperwork of how we govern ourselves, but I didn't understand from the beginning that so many steps in this process would require chair approval. Even the scheduling of this particular meeting that we're on now, when I was contacted by the city, I asked, well, did we have a discussion? Did this go to a vote? I would have never voted for all day on a Saturday afternoon. And I was told that it came from the chair. So, and if I'm missing the information, if I'm not receiving it properly, I think that's going back to what was just said, then maybe there does need to be better transparency. I know that being a resident from High Point, a big problem in my community, in the Black community, is that lack of transparency in what the city is doing and what the citizens know about what's happening, the decisions that are being made behind closed doors in closed meetings, and then our community finding out about it after the gavel's been hit. So I want to make sure that we're working as a body that does operate in full transparency and is not mimicking the way the city operates. This is the very first time that there has ever been a commission to discuss reparations. So we all need to be clear that there is no there's no prototype for this. But we honestly, y'all, I don't know about anyone else, but I'm not sure who I'm working with. I'm not sure who's here, why they're here. I'm not sure what reparations means to everyone who's here. I'm not sure what reparations work people are bringing to the table as far as being here, and how that's even defined. So transparency, just we just need to get on the same page about the basics, about how we govern ourselves, about what attendance means to us, about what participation means, what the checks and balances of our leadership, what the role of the vice chair is, what the role of the chair is, and if we are on a committee to do work, whether or not we need a red flag or a green flag to go ahead and start working. So I think we need to get a little bit more of an understanding of what this task is. And I don't know if it matters to y'all or not, but I think it just matters to me what everyone is here for, because that'll get us closer to getting on the same page.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Commissioner Reynolds. I'm going to take one more.
Mr. Radford,
Yes,
Radford, could I just bring some clarity to Commissioner Reynolds' questions about why we operate the way we do?
Absolutely.
So any commission that is sanctioned by the city, we will operate at the direction of the chair. I chair the strategic marketing and branding task force. So I set the times that we meet, I set the links of the meetings in the agendas. And so as a city operated commission, this one is not any different. So it is up to the purview of the chair to confer with the vice chair and then set those, or unilaterally, if he chooses, to set the date and the duration of meetings. It functions just like every other commission in the city, human relations, finance, everything. It functions just the same way because it is adopted by the city. And so if the chair sees fit, he can reach out to everyone for any input. But if he chooses, if the chair chooses that he wants to set a virtual meeting, he can request that be a virtual meeting. And so it's not any different than anything else that runs in the city, because the city adopted it it operates in the same vein. So I understand that you're absolutely right about your other points, because I think we do need to have some more transparency about who the commissioners are. We did vote, the task force to choose the commissioners did vote based on resumes and qualifications, but that wasn't widely shared with everyone on the board. So those who chose the commission may know what your qualifications are, but if you're working alongside someone, then you may not necessarily know what they can do or what their idea of reparations were. So we probably could have had that discussion earlier on, and that way it alleviates some of the concerns or that you may have had about who you're working with. But in terms of how the commission operates, it operates just like every other one in the city.
Thank you, Commissioner Holmes. And I think the takeaway here, you all, is that everyone should understand that you do have to operate under the guidelines of the city because of the nature of the committee. However, that in my mind is different from what transparency looks like within that process, and what communication and connection looks like in that process, or what efficiency might look like in that process. And while it's okay to have the process, you all may need to have some discussion about how you're going to be transparent with one another and how you're going to be more efficient, and that should be okay. I think that I'm going to skip the last two questions. How were your issues and concerns addressed? I think as I'm thinking about the feedback that we've gotten so far, you all have some concerns about how issues and concerns are actually addressed, and this is probably requires some further communication and agreement by members of the commission to begin to address this. And then with regards to member thoughts on the timeline and finish date, we're going to discuss that in more detail later on in the agenda. So I don't see that there's a need to go over this right now. This has been really good feedback. Thank you all for your honesty and your transparency and feeding back. And you all put some tough things out there on the table, and that's okay. If each of you will look out your respective windows now, you will realize you put those tough things out there and the world did not come to an end. And so what that means that you all can have these conversations to fix whatever a majority of the group perceives to be actual problems. I see a chat message from Commissioner Dawn Austin Page saying, "May I be recognized?" Madam, you are so recognized.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm here in this spirit of collaboration and getting the work done. But obviously we're not having a transparent conversation right now. And I just wanted to go on the record and state that the conversations, the comments, of course, were valid, but we are not having a fully transparent conversation, nor are we addressing what is going well, and we're not addressing what's not going well, I think, to the fullest extent. But I just wanted to go on record and say that, and I'm here to get work done.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, Chairman Austin, I think we have finished the self-evaluation. Again, I'm assuming that there will be some notes on the feedback that we got to the questions that were asked. And this is something that everyone on the commission needs to begin to look at. And those things that are potential issues that may adversely impact the overall process, you all need to have some discussion about those and decide how you all are going to begin to address those issues that have been brought up as a result of this conversation. And with that, Chairman Austin, I think you want to begin the process to talk about moving forward.
Yes, if I could have the next slide, please. And we're going to move into talking about research categories. Next slide. All right, before I go into the overview, let me say that our conversation a second ago was extremely important, and the issues that were brought out were duly noted. We will have to go back and revisit some of this information. There is protocol that's in place, and it may be a hindrance at times, but nevertheless, it's there. As far as this commission goes, we are probably the first of its kind that a commission was put together to do research. And there were some missteps, but then everybody is a part of this because they feel strongly about getting out here and righting some of the wrongs that have been passed down through the ages. So having said that, our mission right now is to move forward and get this thing done. So having said that, as far as the research piece goes, an overview. This document advocates an approach to reparations modeled after William Doherty and Kirsten Mullins from Here to Equality, and each commissioner was presented with that book, and a lot of people are referring to it, where the authors describe two potential methods of calculating reparations. One approach is to enumerate the atrocities, assign dollar values to each, and then add them up. The strategy requires having an all-inclusive record of the harms and the methods of assigning a cost to each category of harm. However, the authors argue that such a historical record cannot be all-inclusive because the litany of injuries imposed on Black American descendants of chattel slavery has been mostly unrecorded and in fact often intentionally suppressed. This first approach is therefore unrealistic, and this chat just dropped up, and satisfactory as a foundation of calculating reparations. Next slide. Doherty and Mullins' second approach, which they prefer, is instead identify a summary measure that captures the cumulative economic impact of those same atrocities without relying on a specific enumeration. Conveniently, the One High Point Commission already has access to published studies that have identified such relevant summary measures, from housing security to concentrated poverty rates to community violence and policing. These measures reflect the broad effects of unjust treatment High Point's African-American residents have received because of their race. Next slide. Finally, the studies used for this approach provide another benefit to the commission in helping to establish the form that reparations should likely take. Doherty and Mullins show indisputably that direct monetary awards are an approach form of restitution, but that only the federal government has the financial wherewithal to pay the immense debt owed. In contrast, the research studies that identify summary measures appropriate for the commission's work also often contain policy recommendations. The commission can use these studies, therefore, to not only identify the racial disparities themselves, but also as a baseline for reparations the city of High Point can adopt to eliminate these studies. The driving point behind what's mentioned in the overview is that this commission is put together of a group of citizens that work every day. And to have to try to work in work, some are in school and working, most have children in school and working, to put the time that's needed into doing specific research is a daunting task. There have been numerous studies done by the city of High Point that provides a lot of the information that we have. So the commission's response to that is, under those different categories, to pull the information that is specific to High Point that already exists and utilize those resources to fill in the blanks if there are blanks that still exist, which there will certainly be some. And as we go through, in our very first meeting that we had in July, one of the discussions was that our recommendations are going to be based on facts and data. And, you know, and everybody has an opinion of what things look like. Some folks are going by what they're told, but there are resources available to us that can pull this information together. Now, we're talking about a budget. You know, one of the things that I heard from Commissioner McMichaels, and it's something that I say all the time, is when you're running into roadblocks, you just create a workaround. You know, one of the we run into several roadblocks, but the workaround is to look at what exists and go from there. So next slide, please. Now, from the very beginning, I voiced that we needed a project manager to help pull together information and responses to the charge that has been put before us. As being elected as chair of the commission, many folks have been looking at me to be that project manager. And in that light, and to help us move forward and to do the workaround, then I will move into that spot. And that's with you all's help. So the next few sections are looking at the areas of research that we are charged to do, suggested policy recommendations, connections to the resolution, what part of the resolution it connects to, and what resources are already out there. And of course, there are a lot of resources that each one of you know of and have that can be added to each one of these areas. So under housing, we're looking at fair housing, affordability, tiny homes neighborhoods, collaborative with lending institutions, and increasing eligible home buyers. I will not just walk through each one of these unless you would like me to. And I guess I really should, since we do have the public that's here listening today. So on the fair housing, we're looking at the Fair Housing Assistance Program. The responsibilities of the commission is Section 6 in the resolution. And right now, data is available through the Resilience High Point report. Affordability, promote and develop more affordable rental housing units. That also is Section 6, and data in Resilience High Points report is there. Tiny home neighborhoods, land bank, sustainable neighborhoods. Again, answering them, Section 6. Commission discussion and consideration. Buy back the block. That's also Section 6. Commission discussion and consideration. The city of Rochester, buy the block, greenlining for a better Rochester. And when it says commission discussion and consideration, commissioners have lended their thoughts to some of these research topics and the suggested policy recommendations. And I'll actually step out and say that Commissioner Dawn Austin Page has worked closely with Commissioner Michael Holmes to bring to light some of these areas. of research and suggested policy recommendations.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Chair.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, you did the work, so. Collaborative with lending institutions. Work with local lending institutions to offer low and 0% interest loans for long-term generational renters to purchase homes. Section 6, commission discussion and consideration. Wells Fargo details programs to improve minority home ownership through the National Mortgage Professional, under nationalmortgageprofessional.com, you can see some of that. And then increasing eligible home buyers, community development block grant program. That's section 6, and commission discussion and consideration. Let me also say that in stepping into the role of project manager, there are several folks in the city who have been stepping forward to provide information, and that's greatly appreciated. And also, city staff has done a yeoman's job in pulling together information, and that too has been greatly appreciated. Next slide, please. The last is under history, the transatlantic slave trade to be determined. The policy recommendation is to be determined. The responsibilities fall under section 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. You know, we need to get more input from you as commissioners and others under the resource piece. But the museum has some very interesting information on that. High Points Museum, the educational areas and the library. Mr. Glenn Chavis, who is a known citizen here in High Point, through his book, Our Roots, Our Trees, and Our Fruit. So he's another great resource for working through that area. Economic disparities. NWBE's Disparity Study and MWBE program. How we can make some changes there. That falls under section 4 and 6. And the research information is to be determined. So that's a piece that we need to look closely at and determine where we can get bring in data experts on it and get the data that we need for that. Poverty rates to be determined as far as the recommendation, and the responsibilities fall under section 6. The resources, the 2021 ACS data, and which is U.S. Census Bureau, and data in resilience High Points report. Next slide, please. Community violence, police community relations, suggested policy recommendations, workforce options in lieu of incarcerations, cure violence model. Connection to the resolution is responsibilities. It falls under section 4 and section 6. We need some suggestions, and also there's information in Resilience High Points report.
Yeah, Chairman Austin, I am sorry. I don't mean to jump in right there. There was a policy I didn't get to add to that. One of our commissioners and Councilman Tyrone Johnson has a great proposal for police substations that he has been championing since the election. I meant to put that in the selection on violence, and I did not get the amendment in time, but I wanted just to make sure that we add that in as one of the potential policy asks for community violence.
Yeah, that's great. Great. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner
Stepping in.
Holmes. Thank you.
And if anyone else, as we're walking through this, if anyone else has a suggestion, and I'll cover that at the end. Let me just walk through this, and then we'll go from that point. Racially concentrated areas of poverty. Well, public transit has always been an issue with the city, and that's, you know, people having issues getting back and forth to work and through the necessities that they need. So suggested policy recommendations. Transit expansion to include extended hours, additional routes, including employer routes, service into North High Point, fleet vehicle diversification, and greater rate affordability, creation of employer route, which runs specifically and directly to High Point businesses, accommodating all known shift patterns. That falls under section 6, and that resource we're searching as we speak, and we're looking for recommendations from the commission as to where we can find this data and who we can get to develop and present that data. Next slide, please. This is under racially concentrated areas of poverty, continued. The research topic, employment. Expanded adult and youth apprenticeships. Pledge that a minimum of 30% of candidates for city jobs entry level to professional come from within recaps. That falls under section 6, and the commission discussion and consideration. Also, I'm going to add to that is in 2005, a study was done, and it was a 2-year study on workforce and development in High Point. And it has a wealth of information and has been sitting on the shelf since that time. Some things have been done that were recommended in that study, but it has a wealth of information that I'm currently going through now because I sat on that commission in that study. Food deserts, recommended policy recommendations, purchase or confer vacant buildings to be used as locations for local or neighborhood farmers markets or food co-ops. That falls under section 6. Of course, commission discussion and consideration, Resilience High Points report, Greater High Point Food Alliance has information in their executive summary. Yeah, so there's a wealth of information out on that as it stands right now that we can gain some information from and other resources from those documents. Create a new incentive package designed solely for food retailers. And that's for commission discussion and consideration. Next slide. As we continue with food deserts, support women and men in the informal agriculture and food sector through training, financial support, and infrastructure to improve hygiene, food safety, and nutritional value of food they sell. The next suggested policy recommendation, where policies allow support or expand urban agriculture to increase the urban pool's consumption of a diversity of nutritious foods such as fruits and vegetables. One of the things that we have in our favor is that we have a local farmer on the commission that's well-versed in all that would be needed in this city as far as food, these food deserts and creating community gardens and so forth. So this commission is set up with such diversity in information that we have a lot of the experts among ourselves. you know, so having said that, moving on, health outcomes. Improved healthcare access by mapping areas to establish permanent clinics. You know, we do have clinics in the area. They are off and on every other day or so. And they meet the need of a lot of people, but they don't meet the needs of all. And we should be able to meet the needs of all our citizens in High Point, that especially with healthcare. Support the establishment of healthcare hubs and substation clinics by providing land and or public-owned facilities. Years ago, we did a study on Washington Street, and we were actually in talks with High Point Hospital to actually put a substation on Washington Street and create work, live buildings where the bottom floor could be a clinic and the top floor is affordable housing. I mean, there's all kinds of ways we can address these issues, but that's on the table. And that has been a topic that we've been discussing for years. And the next one is directly increase access to mobile clinics. So that is a great need. Next slide, please. All right, so what we've created is a list of areas that would meet the resolution, and we've identified content experts and data that already exist, which is a starting point for getting some of the answers that we need and some of the recommendations that we're charged to do. Under those areas, we've also been in conversation with, and when I say we, myself and some others that have been assisting in conversations with these content experts to possibly provide this service to us gratis, you know, or at a very minimal fee. So as we move through this, and they will actually write the reports, and commissioners will get to review, edit, and approve those reports. But that takes the load off us that work daily with kids in school and now trying to find time to provide, and no slack, but free service that, you know, we're all in positions where we could utilize that time in actually building our own wealth. So that to me is a workaround to some of the issues that we've been facing. Now, as far as commissioners yourselves, there's a section that each of you can play a part in, and you can choose your topic, get together and create the resources and the recommendations from those topics, which are genealogies, and that's to identify the number of slaves in High Point between 1859 and 1865. You've got the Heritage Research Center and the Slave Deed Project at UNCG, which we have copies of that. Socioeconomics area, identify demographic and other data that highlight disparities, and that's Resilience High Point and High Point demographic data. Federal reparations, explore monetary payments at the federal level. William Doherty and Kirsten Mullins' approach to From Here to Equality is a start. Local High Point history, identify relevant local historical information. We've got Glenn Chavis, and a number of other folks in High Point that are well-versed in the history of High Point. And I'm kind of jumping the gun, but we have a public relations team that's out here ready to start having town halls and community meetings to gather information that we need. And here's the information that we need. We need to talk to citizens about who was actually affected by redlining, by not being able to receive loans to start businesses, not getting contracts, or the numbers of contracts that minorities are receiving through MWBE and so forth. But working as the project manager, this is the proposal that I have laid out. And again, I want to thank everybody that had some input into this. And I'd like each of the commissioners to take a look at it and actually digest it. So maybe when we have our next commission meeting, we can have a little bit more discussion on this. Next slide, please. All right, so instead of walking through this part, we're at the point where there are 12 other commissioners. We have 4 areas that we want commissioners to pay to have direct input in creating the information or the recommendations for those areas. Of those 4, I'd like to take a moment to let you in the chat determine which area you want to work through. And that's for the sake of today. We're going to go into breakout sessions on each of those areas and let you all have discussion on it and come back with recommendations of how we need to move forward with those. And I'd like to have comment or response to what you just heard.
Chairman Austin, this is Willie Ratchford. When you have the breakout sessions, how much time will they actually have for their discussions before coming back to share their feedback?
You all make that determination. You want to do 30 minutes, 45, 20? Somebody speak up.
What is it that we're saying? Say that one more time for me.
Oh, I was saying that we were going into breakout sessions under the 4 areas that the commissioners will be assigned. Each commissioner can choose an area that they want to work under, which is genealogy, socioeconomics, federal reparations, local history. And there are 12 of us. If we make committees of 3 for each one, and just go back and discuss those areas, what you think we need to do as we move forward, what resources do you think we need to have, what impact are we actually making in those areas, if that makes sense.
It does. We're going to have to dismantle the chat so people can write a chat then.
Oh, I think that might be for you, Courtney, if you didn't come in through the panelists. Are you saying you're not able to comment in the chat?
Right, I can't. I'll join as a panelist.
Right. Yeah, that's
okay.
Right. That's right. Yeah. We got to get you there. But also, let me ask.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, let me ask Jerron. Have we worked out a way that the breakout sessions can be recorded, or do we just need to go ahead and have the breakout sessions, and at the end, we'll come back together and whoever you elect as your spokesperson or scribe will present what you discussed in that breakout session?
Mr. Chair.
Chairman Austin, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, Commissioner Patrick, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Patrick, I'm sorry.
I had unmuted myself. I choose a committee. Assignment would be the local High Point history, but how would I get there? Did I miss that? We're gonna break out in sessions, right?
Yes, in fact, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. What the team is doing is we'll set up, because this is a webinar, going into a breakout session within this webinar would be a bit of a challenge. So and correct me if I'm wrong, team. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a link to a new Zoom. That will be the place for the breakout sessions. So we'll be able to put you in the breakout sessions. If you give us a few minutes, I think we'll be able to put you in those breakout sessions. And then at the time given for the return, come back to this same meeting like you're in now, and then you'll return to this webinar, and then the assigned person for the reporting out would be able to share whatever was covered in your individual session. Does that answer your question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and from my team, how are we doing on setting up that room? What instruction do we want to give to the commission?
While we're waiting on a response from that, Commissioner Patrick, does that answer your concerns? And if you're responding, you're muted.
Yeah, I keep unmuting and somebody mute. No, I don't understand how to get to my breakout session.
So can everyone hear me? If I may, so what we would need in order to set up the breakout rooms is to know which topic that everybody would like to be a part of.
Okay, I was trying to get to local High Point history.
Okay, so as it stands right now, according to the chat, Commissioner Austin Page, socioeconomics. Commissioner Michael Holmes is federal reparations. Commissioner Reynolds is socioeconomics. Vice Chair Courtney Austin Wilson is socioeconomics. Commissioner Johnson is federal reparations. Commissioner Riley Wright is genealogy. Commissioner McMichael is High Point history. And we also have Commissioner Patrick in High Point history. Commissioner Williamson is genealogy. Commissioner Talbert is High Point history. And also, just for the record, Commissioner Tolliver and Commissioner Sims did join the retreat. So does that cover everyone? Is anyone missing? I think that got everybody other than Commissioner Sims, who might be unable to sit in a chat. I'm not sure. He'll let us know. So I think we've heard from everyone.
Mr. Chair, did Commissioner Sims get an assignment
No,
for the breakout?
I haven't received a chat from him yet on where he wants to work. Oh, here you go. He wants to know what is available. Right now, socioeconomics is full. History is full.
We got federal reparations.
Yeah, we got federal reparations. How about that, Commissioner Sims?
It doesn't tell us how to get there.
Okay, they will.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we'll have Commissioner Sims working on federal reparations. So I think that takes that has everyone in a session.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there some additional direction from staff?
Jerron, this is Jelani. What may be helpful is if there's a brief intermission or break so that staff on the back end has time to set these rooms up.
Make him the mayor.
Also, did we set the duration, Mr. Chair? Did we say how long we're going to be broken out?
Right now it is 2:00.
I threw out 45 minutes and that built in a break. I agree with the whole break situation before the
Yeah.
breakout.
And that sounds great. Let's take about a 15-minute break, and then we'll do a 45-minute session.
Bet.
And
Okay.
our clear directions while we're in our groups.
Okay, so at 2:15, then we come back, we check back in. Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And as far as your directions is, you have the topic. You determine the direction that you think we need to go, what information we need to have, what content experts we need to bring in, and so forth. Is you're starting new and fresh with this. And what it looks like moving forward. Is everybody good?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's
Yes, sir.
See y'all in 15 minutes.
at 2:15, we come back together and go into your breakout sessions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if everyone's back yet, but we've got some instructions for the commissioners for the
Okay.
breakout rooms.
If everyone that is back and listening, if you would just raise your hands, so we'll know who's back and who's not. Okay. Commissioner Patrick, are you back?
I'm back.
Okay, all right. Commissioner. I think everybody's back. Vice Chair Austin Wilson, are you back?
I'm here.
Oh, oh.
I hope y'all don't lose me. I'm trying to, my batteries are low.
All right, you'll be all
And I
right.
didn't know that.
We'll get you through it. Okay, so staff has some instructions that they need to provide for the breakout rooms, and I'll turn it over to Sarah.
All right, everybody. This is Race McCray, City of High Point. We're going to do two things. For those of you who can easily access the chat, I'm about to put a link to a different Zoom meeting in the chat. This will be a Zoom meeting where we can do breakout rooms separately, and those will not be streamed to our YouTube. Then you'll join this meeting again, which will provide the link in that other meeting for that. And also, we're separately emailing that out to everyone right now. In case you don't have easy access to the chat, it is in your email. So either way, you're going to need to leave this meeting and connect to that other meeting, whether that's the link that we're providing in the chat or the link that we're emailing to you. If you have any questions, let me know.
Yeah, and go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Patrick will
Yes.
need hers emailed to her personal account. She's
Yes.
having issues getting to her City of High Point account.
And
Thank you.
I just have to say, I have to get off at 2:45, but I'll be back at 3:15. So whatever happens between that time, I've just got to move some logs. And that's my time. I've got help. So I do apologize, but if I miss anything or don't make a comment, it's because I don't have the access, okay?
And Mr. Chair, we'll jump back in during the breakout rooms to let people know where they are with time. And then they'll come back to this particular meeting, to that same link that you used to come back in for this meeting, so that we can have the reporting out or whatever else that you had set up.
All right, so we'll go into our breakout sessions. We said we were going to give it 45 minutes, which would take us to 3 o'clock, or at this point, let's do 3:15 and then come back. It's a little more than 45 minutes, but let's come back at that point.
Okay, so how does this work again? It pops up, the room pops up.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, if you follow that link, then it'll put you in a new room, and then we'll get you guided from there. It's going to put you in a different Zoom than what you're in now.
And staff is going to step in every now and then if you need some assistance. They're just going to step in to see if you need assistance.
Okay, so we hit the link and we don't have to do anything like close this out. It just takes us where we need to go.
Yeah, just follow the instructions on your Zoom.
Okay. And can I just say, I really appreciate you know, what we've accomplished and talked about to date. Obviously, we got issues, but I'm really excited about, you know, these policy prescriptions and how everything is broken down and we're going to get to work. And I just wanted to say I'm here to get the job done, and I'm excited. I'm encouraged and I'm excited.
Great, great. All right, I'll see you guys back at 3:15. Hey, Willie, I forgot to wear my t-shirt.
Hey, there will be additional times. At some point, if you all could find out the sizes of all of the commission members, I'm gonna get a shirt for each of them.
Okay.
All right.
I'll send that email out and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Willie, you know I don't want a shirt. You know what I want.
Hey, we can get that too. Oh yeah. All right. Was it me or was that a quick 45 minutes?
All right. Depends on whether you were in or out of the session.
There you go.
Yeah. Said I didn't get into town until 4 o'clock this morning. So.
Wow. It's a good thing you're young and you can take it.
I got more gray hair than you do.
The reason you have more gray hair than I do, Joseph, is I don't dye my hair, but I do give it the treatment.
Oh, okay. All right. I think I've gotten beyond the treatment.
I believe everybody that we're back and live and ready to go. The only one who is not with us is Courtney, the vice chair, and she will be joining us. Remember, she mentioned that she might be not able to join us for a little bit, but we'll watch for her in the attendee list.
All right, great. Okay, everyone, welcome back. We're going to move into the next session, and that is reports of your breakouts. So let's start with genealogy. Whomever was chosen as the spokesperson, you want to give us some details of what you all discussed and plans for moving forward? Don't everybody speak at one time. All right, let's go to socioeconomics. Is that spokesperson ready?
Ms. Patrick, I think that you are muted.
Oh, yeah.
I think you're still muted.
Mm-hmm. So can staff unmute her?
Okay, can you hear me? This is Commissioner Williamson. Y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we see your hand.
good. Yeah, it wouldn't let us unmute. It said the host has to unmute you.
We'll work on that. Give me just a moment.
Okay.
I think it's ready now. I think, could all commissioners try to unmute themselves now?
Ms. Riley Wright is having a problem. Ms. Patrick.
The host is asking us to unmute, but when we remute ourselves, we're unable to come off mute.
I just fixed that.
We need to have the ability to mute and unmute ourselves.
I just
and the host has to give us that
Mr.
permission.
McMichael.
Say again.
Okay, I am now free. Thank you.
Okay.
I think I'm okay too.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so let's start at the top again. The genealogy group. Who's the spokesperson for that group?
That would be me, Commissioner Williamson.
All right, you want to give us
the discussion with genealogy that we had was basically where it comes down to we need to have a foundation of funding so that we may properly be able to vet a potential genealogist who would have extensive knowledge in what we are trying to accomplish in the area of High Point, and would also have the time to perform said duties that is needed in order for us to track down those ancestors of enslaved Africans in the Guilford County area of High Point. So from my understanding, from being part of the research subcommittee, we had started the process of vetting individuals for the genealogy portion of our research. However, I do not believe anything has ever come into fruition with that. I know one individual we spoke with, he was going to set us up with some of his people that he works with, his colleagues, because he did not have the extensive knowledge of slavery in the High Point area. And also he mentioned that he did not have sufficient amount of time to put into the research that we are trying to do. And other than that, I don't ever remember us having, if anybody could refresh my memory, vetting any other genealogists, because I know we did some historians.
All right, so what's your next step?
The next step is we need to see what type of funding we have available, because I know it's going to cost if these people are willing to accept the duties of genealogists for our commission. Also, if we as individuals were to provide our produce our own research, I know we have the state archives for the Guilford County Department that you would have in order to get that information with slave deeds and stuff, you would have to pay to get that information if the information is available. And what they do, if the information is available, they provide you with an invoice of how much it's going to cost for you to get said information.
All right, so let me make a suggestion that you make contact with the High Point Museum, who had an exhibit or information or did a report on enslaved or slave owners and enslaved persons in High Point during that time. That's just one suggestion. As far as funding for a genealogist, let's work the other way. Let's identify who that is, vet them, and then negotiate from there, as opposed to trying to guess what dollars we need, because some folks may be willing to just assist us, depending on who it is, for a minimal fee. And we don't know what that is. We don't know what it looks like. So if we could work that way, and that's just a suggestion.
So may I step in? I'm not the spokesperson. Commissioner Williamson is, but I did want to add that we did also discuss UNCG and A&T was something that we discussed as well as a form of assistance. And we also had a question, if maybe more me than him. And the question would have been and once we gather the information, how is it that, how do you want us to utilize that information, and how much of that information is needed?
Well, basically, we need to, and let's go back to the resolution and what the resolution is asking for. And it's asking for us to identify, you know, those folks that fall within that category. And once you've done that research and have concluded with it, it's just a simple report, because it all will go into the final report.
Yeah. And I guess my next question to follow up to that, and then I'm going to stop right there because I wasn't supposed to be talking, is how much of that has the research committee already done, if any?
We're starting fresh.
Okay.
Commissioner Austin Page has her hand up.
Yeah, I have a question about that particular item. How many slaves were in High Point in 1859 to X date? I think I'm glad that we're all together here, that we can, have these kind of conversations. But what does that mean? We were just talking about that. I mean, there were slaves who were enslaved and may have lived in the High Point proper, and maybe there were 5 of them. But then there were also slaves who were leased by people who lived in High Point. There were slaves who were insured by insurance companies that were based in High Point. There were slaves that were leased by companies that worked in High Point. We talked about the cotton halls. Any cotton or any kind of produce that shipped in or out of High Point had slave hands on it. Every bale of cotton that they wove into fabric was picked by slaves. So I think that group is going to have those kind of questions, because it could be as very wide as to the sky, to the moon, or it could be very, very narrow. And so I get Janet's question of like, how are we going to use that information? Is it just to say this happened, and, this terrible thing happened? Let's acknowledge these people. This is where you can go find the information if you would like to find out if you were related to these people who were enslaved, and maybe some are highlighted. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. But that's just how big that question is. It seems small because it's a short period of time, but really, what do we want to do with that information when we get it? And then I just wanted to offer, we did come up with what seemed to be the going rate of $85 an hour for people. And I think just to respond to that, maybe 60, I don't know. But $85 an hour seems to be the going rate, if that's helpful.
Yeah. And to Commissioner Page's point, we said all along, when we start looking at the names and the numbers of slaves that were in the area at that time, it could be as low as 5, it could be as many as thousands. We don't know what that looks like. We want to know what it looks like, and work it from there. So, but I would suggest that you look at all of the resources available, i.e., get with the Chamber of Commerce and see what insurance companies were here at that time, what banks were here at that time, what mills were here at that time, and start, maybe getting somebody to look through those records. Now, let me go back to, you can do as much of this as you feel like you can get done, but the key is finding the resource to get this done, and get as much information as possible, because there's the research is out there, and it's just keying in on it and finding exactly what it looks like and where it is. So that's you all's charge to move forward with, and you all let me know what you need as you move forward, as I'm acting as project manager. But good job. Good conversation, it sounds like. All right, any questions for that group? All right, so let's move on to the group social economics. Who's that spokesperson?
So we didn't necessarily vote a spokesperson because it's a very flat hierarchy and democratic. And Courtney took all the notes, and I don't think she was able to come back with us, but essentially we're going to do a deep data dive for the next 20 to 30 days, that High Point Resilience Report. I would like to once again request the housing study and the feasibility study that Mr. Hollis spoke to in our last meeting. It may or may not have also been housing related, but I do believe that there was one due, like a fresh report on that. And I think that that's going to inform a lot of our work as well. And I would like to point people to the history departments of universities and the law schools of universities, and see if you can snatch some bright-eyed youngster to act as an intern. And I wanted to put out that we have made contact with North Carolina Central University previously, and they have just started a social equity and racial justice institute, and they are very excited about supporting High Point. So when Chairman Joe was talking about you might find people who are willing to do this for little to no, that be them. I could foresee a period in time where we might donate, $5,000 or something, but they have 2 students that I met with yesterday. And so they're going to be meeting on Monday, but he basically ran it up the chain. Unfortunately, the law, their law school they had been looking for so long passed away unexpectedly. And it was her dream to start this institute whereby they would train our young lawyers on how to fight for restorative policy and racial justice and closing disparities. So where they should be helpful with the research group or the genealogy group and even redlining is with helping us dig up documents. So that's really the role that they're going to play, as well as probably write some reports. So just like they can do that, there are other people, other universities, and Professor Dana Berry said that we should reach out to UNC Chapel Hill as well when it comes to, I guess, work around insurance records. We're trying to, put that number, some sort of number on the number of enslaved people. But that's essentially all I have. We're gonna do that research dive and try to start writing as we move into December. But yeah, I think it's just gonna be a lot of information that we're gonna have to parse out.
Yeah, it sounds great. Sounds great. And like Commissioner Page just said, there's scores of folks out there that we can glean information from and lean on for assistance. So you all take that ball and run with it. All right, federal reparations.
Thank you, everyone. Councilman Johnson had to leave, so he sends his regrets that he couldn't come back with us. So we talked about the idea of federal reparations in the broader sense. There is a bill in Congress right now, HR 40, that is possible that it could pass to do a study on federal reparations. And so we talked about why federal reparations are necessary. We talked about the genesis of the slave trade and how slave labor was used to build the largest economic superpower ever in existence. We talked about what that would look like as kind of a monetary contribution. And then we talked about some of the things that constituted loss for enslaved Americans, Black Americans through Reconstruction, through Jim Crow, through segregation, on up to today. All of that time span should be taken into account in any federal reparations bill. So we talked about the loss of the theft of intellectual property, the inability of African Americans to take their products to market, to secure patents, to be able to create commerce based on their intellectual property. We talked about the inability to gain capital, to be able to create businesses. And then we talked about identifying the lack of ability of transfer of wealth. You know, we have families who have transferred wealth for 3 or 4 or 5 generations in this country. And then we look at some of the inventions that have powered this economy that were created by Black people. Where's the generational wealth? Where's the wealth transfer from those individuals who created those? And then if you can't locate it, then that means that it was taken and transferred to other people, because it still exists, because these products exist, these innovations exist. And so we have to be able to find the links between the creation of intellectual property and then the wealth that was generated from that in those families. We talked about the urban renewal and housing values. We talked about hiring studies and the income gaps, policies in that direction. And the big one we talked about is taxation. Hundreds of years of African Americans post-slavery working, paying taxes, and then not being included in essential services, GI Bills, all those things that were lost, even though we were powering this economy and also helping to build wealth for white families in this country. So that has to be included in any reparations package. We talked, there's a 100 times difference in wealth between Black families and white families, about $114,000 to $13,000. We talked about how we have to close down the pay gap because Black women are doubly taxed. You know, if a Black man earns 75 cents on the dollar to a white man, then a Black woman earns 61 cents. And so if you talk about a moratorium, a decade minimum on taxation, then we have to say for a part of any package that, you know, no regressive taxes, no sales taxes, VAT taxes, anything like that, income taxes all have to be on the table in a federal moratorium on taxes for African Americans, at least for a decade. And then if we're talking about finally, just as a moral restitution, it has to be direct payment. And so we're looking at a total bill due for a start of about $8 trillion and $9 trillion that should be as a federal reparations package. Now, the reason why this is important is because we have to make a clear distinction between what a federal reparations package is and what we're doing here at the municipal level. Yeah. And so this is why this is important that we create this this view, so that when we go to the public and they say that, when we talk about this, we can show a clear distinction between what actual reparations look like and what we believe are restorative economic policies. And so it's a really clear thing. We'll lean on HR 40 to be able to talk about some of those things, but we'll take input, you know, and Rob will be able to speak here for a minute, but we'll take input from the rest of the group on what they would love to see in a federal policy. And then we'll draft that into what our swing for the fence policy would be if we could present this to Congress for passage at the federal level.
Can I just interject that we should bill ourselves as reconstructionists, because that's literally what we're trying to do, is finish the job that Reconstruction was supposed to do. And I like the word reconstructionist. And it is separate from being a reparationist, which I am that as well. But it is very important to teach people what reparations is, according to the resolution, which it properly points to international standards. So we want people to understand the difference and understand what should be expected when they receive reparations according to international standards, which points to genocide, which points to the lineage wealth gap. And that is totally separate and apart, of course, from what we are trying to do here. And so I think reconstructionist is a very apt term for us to use, or to get people to understand. And it also ties them back to, you know, our history of Reconstruction. But that is when we became citizens in North Carolina. And when we actually assisted 13 of us in writing the North Carolina Constitution. So the state of North Carolina was readmitted to the Union on the premise that they would uphold the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments that are owed to freedmen specifically. And so that is what we need to embrace. And that is also why lineage-based is so important. Lineage-based doesn't mean that you exclude people. It just means that you properly attribute the compensation to those who it's owed to, and that people who arrived here after the killing fields of the South, after genocidal policies, ways of Jim Crow, no, you don't get to participate in these programs.
Thank you, Dawn. Rob, I know that you had some points that you would like to make as well, so didn't mean to take all the time.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'll make it quick. And thank you, Commissioner Holmes and Commissioner Page, because kind of what Commissioner Page said is, where our focus is with the federal reparations piece, and it is understanding, exactly what reparations is going to mean for us on a local level and on a federal level. We did discuss some things that we can bring to the city of High Point, excuse me, as far as some resolutions that can work toward how to improve the situations here in High Point for our citizens. And it does center around housing. It centers around the contracting piece, as far as we getting contracts with the city, which could help with, bridging that wealth gap. And we want to make sure that we're having those discussions so people do understand what reparations is going to mean for the citizens of High Point. And, hopefully with what we're doing, we can have some momentum to where what we do here can start to build on what we're going to do on that federal level. So again, to Commissioner Holmes's point about where we want to take it, direct payment, yeah, that's a great conversation and it's plausible. And also to Commissioner's Page, to her point, this is where the discussion is going to begin. We're going to get the understanding to our people. They'll see it, they'll know it, and we can get some support and we can make it happen. So our next, course of action is going to be putting together what that looks like on that federal level, and what that's going to look like, on this local municipality level. And so that's where we are right now.
That's great. Good conversation. Great conversation. And hopefully the general public that's listening to us or that will view this later will have a better understanding of what it is we are charged to do. And I hope that we all have a better understanding of what we're charged to do and move forward with that. So great job, guys. All right, the last one is local history.
This is Commissioner McMichael, and point of clarification, are these new subcommittees? Is this a new charge? It seemed to me that this was like breakout sessions to discuss the direction we need to go in. And I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
So what we're creating are work groups.
Okay, so these are in addition to the subcommittees.
These are in addition to the subcommittee. These are work groups.
Okay.
Not necessarily committees. And
so when will these work groups, after this meeting, when will these work groups meet?
That's up to you all. That's totally
so for me, and this is just me being honest, we are doing 2 public relations subcommittee meetings a month in addition to the commission meetings. So that's a little bit much for me. And I just want to just make sure that that's noted, because, and I don't mind doing work, but I definitely don't want to lead this committee as the leader for this one. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. I'm gonna remain the chair of the public relations, and then I'll work on this group, and I'll speak today. But Bridget or Ms. Doris, I'm throwing the baton.
I wouldn't mind helping out if you need back.
I need to keep.
But I will say, we had a great discussion, and I feel like the High Point history is the stories that go along with the data that's being pulled. So one of the things that we talked about was being able to provide documentation of the historical context of slavery from 1859 to present, and looking at the substitutes for slavery that came through Jim Crow, segregation, and knowing that even though it may not have been called slavery, you know, if factory workers are making 85 cents an hour, if individuals are being hired based on the color of their skin, and the shades thereof, then these are all opportunities for us to like really dive into people that have been economically disenfranchised. The next piece we talked about is, I know the research committee had local historian Phyllis Bridges come in. I know we've heard Glenn Chavis's name around. I've not personally had the opportunity to meet him or hear his stories, but I've heard a lot. And then how can we work with the High Point Library and other resources to make sure that, and maybe the High Point Museum, to really look at what the historical, the unspoken history of High Point needs to be what this committee unveils, because I'm sure the High Point Museum has left out a lot of African-American history as it relates to the impact that we've made in this city. You know, I have church members that's gonna miss church tomorrow because they work in the market, and they have been working that market for years. And you know, we definitely want to make sure that also looking at the different gaps in education, housing, health disparities, and yeah, just how African Americans were systemically oppressed through policies and practices within the city that then had an adverse effect on their health, whether that was access to healthcare, access to doctors and hospitals, housing. You know, we talk about, and we talked a little bit about the advancement of High Point University, in the sense that it's gone from an 80-acre campus to a 500-acre campus, and 1,700 homes that were purchased to do that. And then really having a discussion around, were the people who were brought out of their homes given, even if they were given more, was that enough for them to really reestablish themselves, purchase property, and then restart in a way? Or was that just a way to just say, hey, here's some money and you're on your own? So really looking at the strategic, and just using that as one example, because I'm sure that's just one tangible example that we can have. But we also talked about opening up a can of worms around Black people's inability to manage money, and how that could adversely affect the story we're trying to tell. So really having some knowledge on the numbers, and how many of those 1,700 people have homes now, are they renting, things like that. And I think that's it. Bridget or Ms. Doris, please feel free to jump in if I've missed anything.
That was a great recap, and to answer your question, we are creating work groups, and in the era of full transparency, you know, work groups are not subject to my understanding, you know, after having conversation, are not subject to being recorded, and you're allowed to get that work done. You will be making reports, you know, as we do with the work that we do. And those reports will be utilized when we make the final recommendation. So it sounds like everybody in each of the work groups are on the same page. I mean, it sounds great, the directions that you're going. It's just a matter of pulling that information together. But let me caution you, work smart, not hard. You know, look at the workarounds. You know, as opposed to getting out there doing it, there are folks that will assist. And it's just a matter of finding them and gleaning the information that you're seeking. And just make sure it's all related to High Point. All related.
Commissioner Austin, this doesn't sound redundant to you? We're not doing the same thing that the other subcommittee that we were supposed to do in our first committee. Now we have another committee, so these are.
What we're doing right now is moving forward with the research and what we need to get done. We have a deadline in front of us, and there's a lot of information that we need to glean in order to get that report done. So yeah, it may sound like it's a bit redundant, but it's what's necessary in order to move forward. Are there any other questions, comments, concerns as related to our work groups?
Chairman Austin, I do have
Yes.
one comment.
Yeah, go right ahead.
And this goes to what Commissioner McMichael had pointed out as far as the workload. I think what I'm going to be doing will it will help to complement what needs to be done in that committee. So any work that needs to be done, I say bring it to me. I would love to have some little index cards of information that in the circles that I run in most days, I can pass that information out. And if it's something that's just as simple as saying, hey, Reparations Commission meets first Thursday, give them a website address or give them a link. I would love to pass that out because this is all going to be learning as we go along. And so I think for whatever is needed, you definitely have my support, and I hope everyone else here will be able to do the same thing. Thank you.
Chairman Austin.
Go right ahead.
Chairman Austin, if I may add a comment about the work groups. I think that some of these may have a little bit more work than others, because if we're talking about the Federal Reparations Group, then it's simply for us to do the research on the report, add some of the policy ideas that we talked about here. And then I don't know, you know, there's not really anything for us to do with that, because it won't necessarily affect the product that we do here in High Point. So it's more of a policy, a comparative policy to what we're producing here versus what is asked could be asked at the federal level. So I think once we do that and kind of create that report for us, I don't really see what continued work would be necessary on that piece.
And that's fine. You know, just like I was saying, you can reach out to folks outside this group. You can reach out to each other. You know, if there's a task that needs to be done and somebody has the time to get it done. So just kind of share with each other, because one of the comments that was made before is subcommittee not knowing what the other subcommittee was doing. All right. And I'm kind of paraphrasing how that was stated. And what the idea was that the chairs of the subcommittees kind of get together and share where they're going and what they're doing. That may or may not have happened. But moving forward, you know, we will make sure that everybody has the information of what's going on. Now, also to your point, when we went through the overview and the research topics, many of the research topics you all covered in your work group discussions. So, you know, we'll have content experts pulling information also, which will be shared. So hopefully that sheds some light on how we're moving forward.
This is Commissioner McMichael. It just seems to me, and I'm just speaking, I want to be transparent. it seems to me that this has created another layer and another barrier, because if we need to refine the process that we had in terms of communication to now give me another committee that I'm working with, in addition to the committee that I was working on, and having communication barriers. Now I'm managing two committees that I have to report out on with other people who are managing two committees. So you've stretched us so far that we're not as effective anymore. And while I appreciate the support from a project management standpoint, from a standpoint of people who are already inundated in other things, you just created another layer of work that's not impossible, but that really requires some time and energy to make sure that we're doing this in an effective manner. And if this is my suggestion or opinion, that if it doesn't relate to the resolution and the recommendations that we're making to the city, we shouldn't be doing it. We need to be, that's something that comes after that. So for example, if the information that we present can eventually feed into these other areas, and that's great, but we're creating a blueprint. We want to be able to answer the questions in the resolution. We want to be able to make recommendations to the city, and we don't want to get sidetracked by other things that take us from the mission that's at hand.
But I think I did say that the information that you work on and that you present is specific to the resolution and to High Point. You know, in this discussion, we went way out there, you know, with these work groups. And also with the work groups, we've got people that aren't saying anything, you know, and I'd like everybody to get busy and be a part of what we create, not just the few outspoken ones that, you know, always providing input. And that was part of what we started discussing in the beginning. So each one of these areas is specific to the resolution. And the information, the deep dive you take is what you determine has to happen with that. These work groups may work through November, December and be finished. You know, all it is adding to the final report. But you know, your point is well taken. And if anybody has any suggestions at any time of how we need to move forward, just email me, just hit me with it.
Well, this is Commissioner Riley Wright, one of those voices that keeps talking. But anyway, just throwing out there that one of my concerns back before when we were doing one of our public relations meetings, and one of the things that I said, and I will stick to this one thing because I know it to be true, if we try to do everything, then what will happen is nothing will get done appropriately. But if we focus on some main things, then we can do something successfully. And that's what I like to see us do. I like for us to do something successfully and not be too scattered. Right now, sitting here in this space, my brain feels like, okay, I feel kind of like we're everywhere. And for us to be able to narrow it down to a point that we can pinpoint, knock something out and see some levels of success in what we do would feel comfortable for me.
Point well taken. All right, any other comments, concerns? All right, we'll move to the last and final piece on the agenda, and that's our next steps in establishing timeline. So the research is going to continue, and as we move forward, you know, we will report out what our findings are and determine what we need to do as we continue to move forward. Resource building, that's a continuum. So again, you know, search for those resources that can provide the information that you need, as opposed to searching for the information that you need. What's going well is that everybody is all in this process. And everybody has a lot to bring to the table and have done so to this point. We are working our way down to the final 8 months of this project. So let's just continue to move forward and not let distractions get in our way. Plans for community forums and input. We've got a forum that is scheduled for November 15th, which is with the YWCA, which is our first event that we're partnering with another organization. I will get with you, Commissioner McMichael, and we'll talk about the plans for moving forward. Great. Thanks for pulling that slide up. This is the event that's happening on November 15th. And we will be leading the charge on that, and you'll get more information as we go along. All commissioners are asked to be there if you can work it in your schedule, and we will present where we are with the One High Point Commission. The next is report development. I envision us having 2 more retreats before this is all said and done, with the second one being somewhere around January 14th, which is a Saturday. And the reason Saturday is chosen is because, most people are working during the week and don't have the ability to just take a day off, to work through the retreat. So we're looking at, and these are proposed dates. At that session, we'll review all the information that that's been submitted or developed, and get a snapshot of where we are and specific areas needing more direct focus. The third retreat I'm proposing is for March 25th, which would be the last review before finalizing and starting writing the recommendations for the city. And at that time, we'll determine what's missing. And then the last date that I propose is that on the at the city council meeting on June 5th, which is a Monday, they meet the first and third Mondays of each month. We get on their agenda to present our recommendations. Those dates are subject to change. So as far as timelines, what are your thoughts on moving forward and your thoughts on the possible timelines that we're facing?
One of my thoughts is, I know, sorry, I didn't raise my hand. This is Vice Chair Austin Wilson, is that although we've got these sessions, I'm not clear. I did step away for a minute, but I'm not clear. Are we still having subcommittees and this? So is research subcommittee going to start back up having meetings, because we have not been having meetings? And if so, we need to talk about having a chair for that, because Commissioner Hensley has stepped down. My next concern was, do we have a 13 member? Have we appointed a new person to be that 13th member? Have we reached out to Commissioner Hensley to see what the issue was that he did resign, and how could we get him back? Because he was a very vital key in our research and our infancy stage. So I wanted to have a conversation about him leaving as well. And also, I'm just not clear on the line of, do we still have subcommittees? Are we still doing that? And are we doing this as well? Or am I now just in social economics and not in subcommittee anymore? Thank you.
But let's let me answer the question about Commissioner Hensley. Commissioner Hensley resigned, and he was appointed by the NACP, High Point Branch NACP. They have met and chose an alternate, or they already had an alternate that would step in case one of their appointees was no longer able to serve or didn't wish to serve. So that person has been appointed. That person is not present today. And then I'm not sure whether they've made that publicly or not. They told me. So we'll have to check with them and see when they want to make that announcement. But I'm pretty sure this person will be at our next meeting. As far as the subcommittees go, we were looking at, with the research subcommittee, we were looking at doing work groups anyway, and moving that subcommittee meeting to, this is the conversation we were having prior to Commissioner Hensley leaving, is having that subcommittee meet the week before the commission meeting, just to gather the information that each of the work groups had done and be able to present that at the full commission meeting. I guess we'll need to get back with the research committee and walk through what that needs to look like as we move forward. So I guess the short answer to your question is the research subcommittee will meet again. And to your other point, yeah, a chair of that subcommittee will need to be appointed.
Okay. And is there a way that the commission, is that a way that we can have a conversation about the commission not meeting every once a month, but twice a month?
That's a good recommendation. You know, let's explore that. And in making that recommendation, what just dive a little further into that.
Just keeping our hands on the pulse that we have been right now. We're just trying to still get organized to be able to move this to an action item. And since we have had a challenge in our beginning, first quarter, I call it, if we can take this as our halftime and restart the game again, then I would like to see us spend more time communing with one another, fellowshipping with one another, and getting the work done. So I think that we've had a disconnect because we only meet once a month and have these conversations. So if we could meet twice a month, I think we would be able to see some progress, even if we did it for the first 2 months, 4 meetings, and then see how that we could, push it, move up off the accelerator a little bit once we've actually got some tangibles in place. But if we could just dedicate our time just for the first month or two, just for 2 meetings instead of 1 meeting, I think maybe we could really see some progress.
All right, so let me make this suggestion. We've gone through, and you all had a PowerPoint, and I went directly by the PowerPoint. And digest this information, and I'm gonna skip, because this is a good time to skip to the final point, is when our next meeting will convene. And our next scheduled meeting is November 3rd. That's our regular scheduled date. So between now and November 3rd, give this some thought. I know that you will come up with other recommendations, be able to determine if some of this just didn't sound feasible, but let's talk about it in our commission meeting. And to your point, Vice Chair, let's move that needle at that point. So are there any other comments, concerns, questions? Well, Commissioner Page.
So I think that it would be appropriate for us to understand, I have a good, strong understanding of how we are to interact with you as chair, as a project manager. Like what exactly that is going to entail, what type of communication. And I also want to say that, I would be repeating myself again. So I think I already stated about the previous information that actually coincides with the work group that I'm on again. I just want to make sure that we're working as, streamlined and efficiently. And I just want to make sure that I understood that as work groups, we can basically, just wherever the work takes us. Of course, we don't want to do extra work, but in this situation now, are we going to have access if we can't find something, or we finally get the housing assessment study that we asked for, and we have questions? Are we allowed, so to speak, to speak to a department representative?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. And as far as communicating with me, everybody has my phone number. Just give me a call. I would also like to get an email because I like to create paper trails. I know I'm at that age and I don't remember things as great as I used to. So anytime you have a concern or question or even suggestions, just give me a call.
Do you want to know who we make appointments with? Because if that's the case, then, it's not an issue to shoot out an email. Hey, Chair Joe, we're going to meet or ask to meet with this person. I just want to make sure that the city, Mr. Hollis and crew understand that we have this understanding now, and hopefully, that we won't have any delays where they might think that you're not in sync with it. I just want to establish, that type of streamlined communication.
Yeah.
So are we to blind copy? Are we to CC or blind copy you, Joe, whenever we're meeting?
Yeah, I
Or
just need to
planning
know.
to have someone?
Right. I just need to know.
So then that means that the city can't come to us and say, respond like they have in the past. Well, we need the chairman to specifically sign off on it. I would like to see where, if you're on it, where we have had this establishing agreement and discussion that going forward, if we have Chairman Joe's, if he is copied on a document, so therefore he shouldn't be blind copied, he should be copied or in the send line, that constitutes approval, because no one here is, I don't know if there's something to hide, but I don't think any of us is trying to do anything extra. So I just would like for us to establish this agreement on record that, when the city gets something from a work group or a subcommittee, and the chairman and the vice chair, which I do think we should copy both of them, are copied on it, that is assumed that is an approved request.
And it is.
Can I get an acknowledgement from the city, or can we get that on record that the city has heard that and acknowledges that, so we don't have any miscommunication?
I'll create that document and
thank you, sir.
Sign off.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Any other comments, concerns, questions, suggestions? Well, I think that today has been a great day. I think that each of us has a better understanding of where we're going, and I feel that now that we are on the same page and in a position to effectively move forward. I want to let our facilitator, Mr. Ratchford, chime in if he has a comment.
Thank you, Chairman Austin. I would add to what you have said. I think that today has been a good day, perhaps the best day, one of the best days for the One High Point Commission. You all talked about a lot of things. You got a lot of information sharing. And I think, well, one takeaway from today is that most of us should realize that you've gotten more work done than you realized that you had gotten done. And I think this work has always been there. You perhaps have not communicated about it that well, but this face-to-face, though even though it's via Zoom meeting today, has allowed you to see that we got a lot under our belt. We got a lot done, but we also have a long way to go. As you all were speaking earlier about being overwhelmed with work, I was thinking that it may not be a bad idea if certain subcommittees who are now also members of work groups, you might see how closely tied the work of the work group is with your subcommittee, and you may be able to combine those two things as opposed to addressing them separately and perhaps repeating the same work in two different groups. So at the very least, take a look at that. I like the idea of the possibility of meeting at least twice a month, at least until you can get some feel that a lot of this is that you've discussed today is in fact going exactly as the way that you need it to go, so that you're in a point where you can have a meeting one day and say, okay, we're ready to start writing a report. And I think that you are headed that way. The 4 work groups are very appropriate, and the fact that you have shared with the group some of the expertise that is available either gratis or at a low cost, potentially a low cost. I'm not sure that everyone was aware of that, but now you are. Again, you all have got to continue to communicate and to communicate and I think that you're going to be fine. But I am very pleased with what I have seen today, and I think that you all should be. You should be proud of yourselves in the amount of work that has actually already been done.
All right, let me add one last thing, and that's as far as city staff goes. Remember, they're working too, and they have their daily responsibilities that they have to take care of, and the One High Point Commission is not the sole job that they have. So let's be cognizant of what they have to do and time frame. But getting information should not be an issue.
Did you see the question Dawn asked?
All right, Commissioner Dory.
It's in the chat.
I said, all right, Commissioner Dory. You talking about what I said about the $90,000?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what are we gonna do about that, Chairman Joe? About approaching them for that, because I think we, based on what we're talking about, just in terms of the research, we have an idea of like, how many researchers we might need, and then we have an idea of what we need for town halls and community events. But wouldn't it be that they would write a check and set up an escrow account? I mean, isn't that really what, we really just want them to make good on, providing us with the proper resources to do the task at hand. And
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dawn.
Oh, I just don't think it's, completely responsible for us to be expected to do these great things without that. And also, when we're talking with professionals, they're going to say the same thing. Well, I do have a job and I work, we're asking for valuable time when that might be necessary. But I'm thinking even more so about the community events as well. So I just want us to come to a conclusion and make our request of the city, and let the chips fall where they may. But I am cognizant that the city manager can write a check for $90,000 without going through the city council.
Thank you, Ms. Austin Page, for acknowledging that the city manager has no ability to give you all $90,000. However, the city council can, and that's who you should be asking.
No, okay, let me go back, Mr. Willie. This is not what the conversation was from the beginning. When we were introduced to this, they did tell us that we had $90,000 that did not require approval from the commission, from the councilman. That was what was told. Now we're going back saying that we just need a transparency. We need us to understand in this room, we need to understand, is there a matching fund that the NAACP was supposed to give that Councilman Holmes can speak of? Or is that a conversation that never happened, that the NAACP is saying, and they're not matching funds and we can get the money? Tasha Ford has said, the city manager, I thought it was a conversation where she did have money. Now, all of a sudden, it's not our money. It has to be matched by NAACP funds. We talked about third-party funds. We've had a lot of discussions, but nothing real. And while we're in this space, if we could take the time to get an understanding, and maybe no one on this call has a clear understanding, and that's okay, but we can at least pose the question and get it out there to say, hey, city, do you have $90,000 that you said you had that we did not need the council to approve? That was what they said, Mr. Willie. Now they're saying that's not true. We need to have a clear understanding of that. If the NAACP is supposed to match funds, let's just start with a GoFundMe account and let's match $1 to $1, whatever that looks like.
So what I will do is, again, get with those powers to be, the city manager, NAACP, and see exactly where we are with that and try to make a report at our commission meeting on the 3rd.
And the NAACP was adamant that they were going to have a meeting. That was about 2 or 3 weeks ago now, and that we would not be privy to that meeting, but I haven't heard any outcomes from it.
Right. So, like I said,
That's a concern.
Let me walk through that process of contacting the powers to be, find out where exactly we are in that, and I'll report out on the 3rd.
Yeah, this is Commissioner McMichael, and it seems like this is what we talked about in the beginning, that when we start to have conversations that are meaningful and help us to make traction, that we go into this circle, and none of us have the time to do a dance. We either can get the information or not, but to leave this meeting without some answers or some direction about our methods of obtaining some funding so that we can do this just continues to be a barrier. There's work that needs to be done, that a project manager needs to be hired. There's research that needs to be done. And what does it take for us to have a 15-minute conversation and not rush through this stuff like we're in an hour meeting? We have to figure out, like, we got to make some hard decisions.
Right.
And this is not an easy commission to be on. We don't have a prototype, but we all grown and adults and professionals, and we know when we're being railroaded. It's like, let's just talk about money. If there's no money, then say that. If we got to figure out how to do it pro bono, let's say that, as opposed to keep making excuses about this.
Well, if they're not going to build their house, if they're not going to fund the commission, they're definitely not going to do any of those beautiful policies that that Michael and I laid out. So come on, y'all. Let's, we're going to have the wake up call eventually. We all realize that this is the first battle. If they can't fund the commission, if they refuse to fund the commission, what makes you think we should spend all this time doing all this work to come up with a nice little report so they can pat us on the head and say good Negroes?
Maybe Commissioner Holmes can speak up. Maybe Commissioner Holmes can speak, because I had him to join a call with the NAACP
NAACP several weeks ago, and they said they're not releasing any funds. I mean, and we should all be privy to this conversation, and we're not. So I'm just going ahead and sharing it with us that they said they're not releasing
Who's
the
not
funds. The city is not until the NAACP comes to the table.
Wow. And they are also, and let's also point out the NAACP is in direct opposition to our we voted unanimously twice for a community of eligibility that was lineage based, meaning has a connection, a direct relation to slavery, not necessarily in the city of High Point, but that was a requirement. We voted unanimously yes. So the NAACP is not in favor of that, and there are implications attached to that, and maybe their national strategy that is at odds with what is best for the people of High Point that we are trying to help. So I just want to put that out there and ask, how are we beholden to the NAACP other than being grateful that they provided this opportunity, that we have this commission, and able to have these conversations and do this work, but do we really owe them anything? I mean, they came out this morning, they trademarked the name of a government commission. They said basically the One High Point Commission name belongs to them, and that anything that is said, that they don't agree with, that they don't stand behind. And I think that is highly inappropriate. First of all, that they would do that, but they went in print this morning and an article came out. I think that is so incredibly inappropriate. The other inappropriate thing that the chapter did is to go against our vote. They selected us, and they, are literally saying that they don't believe or lineage is important in a local scenario when, I push back and say that isn't. I think they're saying it out of a lack of understanding of why a lineage focus is necessary. That's to protect us, not to hurt others.
All right, so as far as lineage-based research, that was the main reason why I started this out with our purpose and our charge, because it outlines what we are charged to do. And we've also done the research as far as whether it's race-based and whether that's legal or not, or whether it's lineage-based. And the more acceptable is lineage-based, because we're told and understand that race-based is not legal in many instances. So that's just a conversation that we're having, and it goes back to what I said in the very beginning is, some folks may not understand exactly what we're charged to do. So hopefully we've addressed that today. As far as this budget thing goes, I'm hearing 5 different things, and it depends on who you're talking to at any given time. But we've got to lock this thing down. That's one reason I keep saying the workaround and utilizing other resources as much as we can until we do have this thing tied down. I think Commissioner Holmes or Councilman Holmes wanted to interject.
Yes, I just want to kind of add some clarity to the discussion, the timeline of discussions on the budgetary piece. When initially this was proposed to us by the NAACP, it was proposed on the foundation that the vast majority of research things were done. Like they were going off some of the High Point University studies, and then there were some other things. So there was never really, the initial overall ask was $100,000. That was stripped from the original resolution because it we didn't have a majority on council to support the resolution with that number in. So at that point, we talked about alternate funding. So when we went back to the NAACP, there was talk about them raising funds and us having external funds to be able to support this. Now, Vice Chair Austin Wilson is correct. The manager does have some discretion in being able to use funds that do not require approval. I don't know if $90,000 is that number, but there are some ability in her purview to be able to do that. There was always an expectation of council that there would be some support from the community, from the NAACP on the support of the commission. Now, under their understanding, the reason why they don't necessarily support the lineage-based style that we voted on is that would not necessarily encompass what we're doing here. The policies that we are talking about cannot be targeted at a single group. So we could go down the line.
Michael, you just contradicted. That is absolutely.
So it is a particular group.
We're talking about the budget. If we're doing transportation, we can't do transportation just for a group, a single group. This is why this is a difference between the difference in federal reparations and municipal reparations. We're doing a policy-based prescription. Everything that we talked about here will be instituted at a citywide level. And so we can talk about lineage all day, but in the sense of directing these policies, they are policies implemented at the city level. They will encompass the entire city. They will just have an outsized impact on the racially concentrated areas of poverty. And so just to get back to the budget, to button this up, the next steps need to be, we need clarification from the NAACP if there are funds. If there are not, we need to decide on a realistic budget that we can present to the finance committee and get passed through council, period. Because some of the things that were in the initial budget are non-starters. $40,000 for a videographer, non-starter. Those are things that are not necessarily that can't be put in the budget. We need to know what our operations costs are going to be for us to get the work done. And so this is why we're at an impasse, because the funding was never clarified out of the gate. Joe is absolutely right. And so are many of you who said earlier that the NAACP needs to be clear on what they're doing in terms of funding this. This was adopted resolution that was presented by the branch and chapter of High Point NAACP. So they need to give us direction on what they're doing, because the expectation, I'm gonna tell you, to a person on council, all 9 of us, there was an understanding that there would be some type of funding brought forth. And so all I'm saying is, if we are going to ask for $90,000, we need to put that in a budget to submit that to finance so that can go and be passed by full council. So that's it. If $90,000 is our ask, then it needs to be in a line item budget sent to council to do that. If the NAACP is not going to have any money, fine. If we have to do this with donations and pro bono, we need to know that, but the NAACP has to tell us, or we just have to say, this is what we need, put it in a budget and see if it passes or not. Because this going back and forth is reductive. So we need to make a decision by our next meeting. The budget finance committee, whoever it may be, come up with a workable budget, realistic, and I'm gonna add that emphatically, realistic budget to present at the next meeting that can be presented to the finance committee. And we just need to stop going around and around. Just find a realistic number and present it to the city and let it fall where it may.
So I have a question. This is Commissioner Riley Wright. And my question is, so the city is involved in other commissions within the city of High Point, such as the CAC, such as the Human Relations Commission? Do they provide funds to those commissions?
His
You
sound
muted.
is on.
You muted.
Whose sound is on? Is mine on? Did you guys hear what I said?
No, Commissioner Holmes is talking and he's muted.
Okay, I was wondering if you actually heard what I said.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute to answer your question, Commissioner Riley.
All right.
Yeah, those are commissions that were founded by City Council. So
Okay.
those are funded, but this was an adopted commission from the community. And so there will be funding if there's a budget presented and it's passed.
All right, so let's do this. You know, we've got to put this thing to bed. All right.
But we're here to 6 o'clock. Can we not continue? I blocked 6 o'clock for this meeting.
Okay, but we can go back. We can have this conversation all afternoon.
So can we develop a budget together?
We
As
We're
opposed
not
to
until
waiting?
6 o'clock.
We can.
Can I offer that so what we're saying here, first of all, it's all BS, because what we're saying then is what we're doing is just an exercise in, personal spiritual edification. Because what Councilmember Holmes is telling us, that basically y'all Negroes ain't worth $90,000. There's nothing that you can say. Let me have my
Mr.
space.
President, Mr.
May I
President.
please, Commissioner
May I
Dawn?
please speak? Dawn, it is very hard for me or anybody else to be in a meeting with you while our chairman was speaking, while other commissioner was speaking. You are study writing notes in the chat box. That is very rude. You are a nice girl, but your attitude is raunchy. You need to give what you want to get.
Let's get away from the personal.
You just call her a girl.
Let's just get away from all that. That's not why we're here.
Cheers,
And
girl.
It's not.
But Chairman Austin, I just wanted to say that is Commissioner Austin Page. That is, first of all, that's quite disrespectful, and that's not true. We just need to present a budget to the city and ask that the city adopt the budget. We have not determined value of this at all. We're speculating. If we submit a realistic budget to the city, it has as much chance of getting passed as any other policy. For us to preemptively say and ascribe some type of feeling of members of council who have not seen a budget is unfair, and it is disrespectful to people who work very hard. And so I take umbrage at the fact that you would say that we don't want to pass a budget when no realistic budget has been presented. Give things a chance before we reflexively get out of line and start to offend people. We are all professionals and we're an adults here, and we all know, we all have a desire to get this done. We don't have anything to offer the city, so we can't say that they're going to reject it. There are issues of structure that we need to line up, questions that need to be asked, and realistic numbers need to be assigned to line items. Period. All of us have done this before in other areas. Let's not take this and make it any different or otherwise it. Let's just follow the process like rational professional adults. We can do that. If we put together a budget, a working realistic budget, we can present it. At this point, to me, honestly, I'm not considering what the NAACP will do. We need, as this commission, to put together a realistic budget based on the things that we need and present it to council. If the NAACP wants to come to the table, they can come, but that has no bearing on the work that this commission has to do. And we have had a very productive day. To have it devolve at the end into name calling and pointing is completely, it tarnishes all the hard work that we've done today.
We
And
have to stay focused on it though, meaning we have to
stay
have the
focused.
conversation, like Janet said, we have to have the conversation. And I can speak on behalf of the NAACP as I am a representative. They have said they have no money. We were on a call, Michael, you and I together, and they said that Mr. Brad Lilly said that as from what he understood, they did not have any money. I would like the city to let Commissioner Austin Page back in to this session.
I didn't know she was out.
Recognize she's not on the call.
I know I had to drop off there for a minute because I froze. So we are having some in the chat, Ray says
Every moment is not going to be a kumbaya moment. Every moment is not going to be. But this is something very important that we have to finalize out. We did have a budget. Commissioner Robb, Commissioner Constance, and Commissioner Page all worked on it. They brought something to the table. They gave it to the chair. We all talked about it. We had discussion about it. I don't think it's the problem of we can't come up with a comprehensive budget. I don't think that's our issue right now. I think our issue is the $90,000 that the city said that we were going to be able to do without council approval. And now here we are talking about the NAACP and money that we know they don't have.
Vice Chair,
move that conversation forward.
Vice Chair, I think that there is it will not take much effort to clarify what the manager's purview is in terms of budget. It won't take long. But I do think if we go back and we look at the budget that is presented, I don't think it was realistic for what we need to do. And I think we have to come back to the table and we have to talk about the budget and what is a realistic budget for the needs to complete this work.
Let's look at the budget at California. Let's look at the budget at Asheville. Everyone has over $1,000. Asheville has $2 million. We are asking for crumbs. Literally, we should not even be having this conversation. They should have had allocated funds.
Well, that was not what happened when the resolution passed, and we can't change the past. What there was no budget number assigned to the resolution because it would not have passed otherwise.
And it created failure from the start. It has created conflict and failure.
I disagree. I think we can get there. We just have to be creative, and I think we just have to come back and be rational about this work and let cooler heads prevail and put something together.
I've never started a project with no budget. I've never started a project with not a budget, ever. There's always a budget attached to a project.
So I will say but this one began, unfortunately, Vice Chair, with no budget. And so what we have to do is we now have to craft that. And I know it's working backwards, but if this work is important enough, we will do what we need to do to make sure that it happens. And I'm sorry, I understand that people are upset about this, but we are where we are. We can only work with what we have and go forward and create what we can create out of this, out of what we have. And so if this work is important enough, we'll take the steps as necessary.
And that's why I said that we need to. Michael, this is not a personal conversation. This is a conversation that we're trying to move our people forward. It's nothing personal with anybody on this call. When I address or however it comes off, this is nothing personal. You do not run the show at the city. So I'm not looking at you to be the person that can come up with the answers to these questions. That's not what I'm doing. So
and I appreciate that,
please receive
Vice
that.
Chair. I'm just trying to provide some clarity between how this will have to process. And I understand it's not a tenable situation, but it exists the way it does, and we have to deal with that. And so I would appreciate us being patient and working and continuing this important work. We got some great things done today, folks. Let's not throw it away.
It seems this is Commissioner McMichael. It seems to me that what we should be doing is looking at a realistic budget that can pass, and let's push it forward. We can talk about what could happen, should happen, but if we don't know what can happen, because we don't push anything forward. So I feel like we should take the time to say by the end of this call, this is the budget we're presenting to the city. So there's not a week delay in it, and we can we can know what the city's doing.
So Joe, can you show us what the budget was, or can you go over what they gave you from the finance when we did have that?
Okay, so the budget that was presented from finance had a project manager at $14,000, legal services at $90,000, a genealogist at $3,000, an industrial genealogist at $3,000, an economist at $3,000, a historian at $3,000, and then documentary services, either $11,000 or $42,000. Those were two that were provided, either or. And then commissioner stipends at $19,500. The project manager had a description and justification. Legal services, the $90,000 was $100 per hour for 900 hours. And there was a justification for it. The genealogist was $3,000. That's $100 per hour for 30 hours. We don't know whether that's, what we would need or not need. It's just a baseline figure. The industrial genealogist, and two, there's no justification write-up on either one, on the ones that I'm going over now. So the industrial genealogist, again, $100 per hour at 30 hours. An economist at $100 per hour at 30 hours. A historian at $100 an hour at 30 hours. The justification pieces need to be there. And then, of course, this documentary services. And then the stipends for the commissioners is $150 per month, incentive for time related to research, meetings and event attendance, travel, miscellaneous costs not covered directly by the city of High Point. That's on the contracted services side. On the commission, county commission and community event side, which is PR, one-day workshop for commissioners, $1,000, full-day workshop. Town halls, $3,000, series of panel discussions with the public, tool utilized to gain community input. Storytime tour, $3,000, series of events to gather stories from community participants. T-shirts at $2,000 to generate community recognition and participation in the project. And it's in parentheses advertisement. And $1,000 for flyers, advertise events and the project. So the total did not come out accurate because the $40,000, $42,000 for the videographer and $11,000 for the videographer was added into the total. And that needs to be brought out.
And so far, everyone, that sounds very modest.
So what we're looking at, get to, need a calculator. All right, so what we're looking at.
This is Commissioner McMichael. While you're calculating that,
Okay.
I would be willing to try to find my $5,000 from some type of donation for story time and T-shirts. So you could take that out. I'm okay with pushing it forward. I do want us to consider this has to be voted on by city council. So we need to make sure we have the votes for whatever budget that we're going to present. But story time and T-shirts is something that I put in the budget. And I'm sure I can find some community resources to help us with that so that we can continue that effort. Because I just want to see us present a budget to city council.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McMichael.
Chairman Austin, also, no other commission in the city commissioners receive stipends.
Okay.
LOL, no other commission has been oppressed as we have.
I also have another suggestion while we're waiting for the tallying of the final score.
Oh,
That
wait a minute. What are we voting? What is the score? I missed the vote.
no, he's just calculating the numbers on the budget.
Calculating.
Oh, damn. What I was thinking is keeping budget line items, but like, so you know how when you present an invoice, you put in like little discounts or whatever like that. It's like if they're not going to approve a certain budget, then once we come up with the work and we've done the work, then we're going to request that for as a part of the reparations package. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like there may be some things we have to shave off, but they need to be given back at some point. So, you know, it's like we're shaving this budget down to get it approved through council, but then where's the support of this after we've given the information and done the work, so to speak, if that makes sense.
I don't understand why we're like doing all of this. This is so not right. We're like in the middle of a reparations task force, and we got the city officials here listening to us talk about how we're gonna cut ourselves down and shave off this. Well, we'll go beg for this part. You know, we're the only group that has to repair ourselves. White people did this to us. White policy did this to us. White people have 150,000 more in wealth on average because of government policy. Generational wealth is created through government policy. White people were given land, given opportunities, access to Social Security. We all know the spiel. So it's really sad for us to finally, after 150 years, to get our moment. And the first thing we try to do is sell ourselves short, make ourselves small. Let's slip through. Maybe Massa won't see us.
Okay.
If we only, I want to finish my space. Let me just have my moment.
Let's just stay on task here.
I
All
am
right,
on
so-
task.
So
Commissioner, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
okay, so I went through all that. All right, so as far as contracted services, all right, if and the community event, if we take out the story time tour and the t-shirts, we're down to $5,000 for community events. If we take out the videographer, we're down to $135,500, and plus the 5,000 makes it $140,500 total. If we take the stipends out, it's $121,000. So that's the figure that's been presented. Do I need to run back through what they represent?
I have a concern. my concern is just a few minutes ago, this is a platform that represents all the citizens. We're only 13 members of the community. If Commissioner Austin Page is saying something that truly has validation because we are, I understand what Commissioner LaBelle was doing. I do, because I was there too, LaBelle, meaning to get it down past 90. I was thinking like 75, we could get in, we could start the process, and then we could go back. But then there is a greater mind that said something else, and she says, we're always doing this. We're always having to dummy ourselves down and belittle ourselves and small ourselves and put ourselves in these little places so we can just get through. We're trying to study something, somebody oppressed us for 400, 600 years. Don't we deserve, if we had a budget of $500,000? This is David and Goliath, if that's the case. Why would we stand down? Why would not we empower ourselves and to move forward? I'm just making this statement to say, let's look at our ancestors. Let's dig a little deeper than the surface, and let's not walk afraid. Let's walk in power. We have 50 other thousand Negroes behind us that could join us in this. We don't have to ask for $75,000. We could ask for $1 million. If this would have took to get the project really done and to not short ourselves on any angle, then I would be willing to ask for the $1 million over the crumbs. And I yield the floor. And I don't want to be unmuted. I mean, I don't want to be muted.
This is Commissioner McMichael, and I agree. I feel like we have to figure out how to, and I do appreciate being uplifted in the sense of not wanting to. I also understand the need to try to figure out how to work in this space. And I'm trying to make sure that we don't put ourselves in a position where we're not able to move forward because we are up against policy. So I understand all of it. It's all necessary. And we have to figure out how to work together, because what we're saying is not wrong. It becomes necessary to continue to uplift, because when we leave out of this space and fighting for this and standing in those shoes that you talked about earlier, this is a heavy weight for us. But we also know the parameters, and so I respect Councilman Holmes for laying it out there. I know that's a tough position for him to be in as a Black man, and I'm just talking, and then to not be able to make decisions on behalf of the city or the council at large. So we have to figure out, how do we move forward? How do we get what we're asking for? How do we put justification behind it and make sure that we all stand behind it? And in addition to that, is there a way that we can galvanize the community to show that this is necessary too? So I believe all of the points are valid, and I do not like shrinking. And so I appreciate being relifted back up, and I appreciate everybody's comments, because this is tough work, y'all. And this is spiritual work. This is emotional work. This is mental work. And we have a hard task ahead of us, and we don't take it for granted. Everybody's expression is different. We have to be mindful that this is a public platform, but we do represent the people. And some of us have a little bit more things going on where we're able to say it in a certain way. I'm a pastor, so I think about what I say all the time, because I may have members that are listening, and I have young children. So my lack of saying something is not that I'm not passionate. So all of these things are important, and I don't like rushing through stuff that's uncomfortable. I feel like if we got to stay here for a minute and get there, and I feel like let's be mindful of how we fuel fires. It's like let's respect each other. Everybody has a voice. We all are qualified for this in our own right, and we're gonna get this done. We got to come together as a team. We have to get on the same page. without being the same. We're on the same page as different people writing a sentence together. So everybody's a different word, everybody's a different punctuation mark. But when this document is done, we want our community, our ancestors to be proud that we were able to navigate it. I said this, and this be the last thing I said, that Harriet Tubman had to shoot some people along the way because people was in the way of other people's freedom. She also had to work in rooms of people that had the ability to make sure that her franchise kept going. So we have to keep that in mind too, that we have to be as militant as she was, but also as wise as she was too, to be able to have conversations with important people.
Excuse me, Mr.
Chairman Austin, this is Brother Rashford. I'd like to say something, but before I do, I need to know how many city council folk do you all have? What's the total number?
We have 9.
9?
Yes.
Okay, so then let me say this. First of all, this has been really fantastic and amazing conversation by everybody who has spoken. This is how debate actually works. I would suggest that if we can, shy away from calling people names, because if you do, that's a guarantee that they're not going to give you anything. So to the pastor's point, you've got to be mindful of your language. This is, in my mind, as I have thought about it more, is real simple. You all have the right to ask for as little or as much money as you think you need for a budget. That's your choice. But 2 things to keep in mind. 1, can you count to 5? And I think you all know exactly what I mean, because you need at least 5 votes to get whatever you request approved. So can you, with the budget that you present, can you count to 5? And then secondly, the question is, what are you all going to do if you present a budget and they say no? What are you prepared to do? And if you can answer those 2 questions, I say answer those questions and move forward.
Mr. Ratcher, Commissioner Reynolds has had her hand raised for quite a while. I don't know if she's able to unmute herself or not, but I think she needs to be recognized.
Okay, that's fine.
Hey, okay. First of all, this where we've gotten in the conversation kind of brings us around to what I mentioned earlier on the call as to knowing who we're dealing with, why we're here, and what we're here for. Okay, because we are representing 40,000 some odd, African Americans living in High Point, and how many of those are actually living under the poverty line right now. And we have to look at how, historically, if African Americans after slavery were migrating here for work, then we're talking about a body of people who have been conditioned over generations to just merely want to survive, y'all. You know what I mean? And so when we are talking about how much resources it's going to take to actually get this thing done, well, what are we here for? What do we want to do? And what do we want to accomplish? If we want to break the generational poverty, if we even want to put a dent in it, we cannot do that afraid. We cannot do that afraid of how we're going to look, afraid of how we're going to be perceived in other rooms outside of this space. We have to be willing to boldly go forward. We were told when we were creating the original draft of the budget, we asked about staying within these parameters of 90,000, or should we go outside of that? We spoke with our chair. We asked our chair for guidance on this. He advised us to give them a number. And so that gave us permission to think big. So I don't want us to get too far away of what's, I think I've heard a reasonable, a realistic. Okay, so if you want to realistically impact the lives of one of the poorest zip codes in the state of North Carolina, how do you do that? Okay, so, and then I also just want to say, let's just put it out there, because I think our leadership has also been directed instructing us on what to do with the money, because I don't know if I missed it, but refining and finalizing this budget was not on the agenda for today, was it? Who created our agenda? So it's already been it's already been communicated to me and perceived to me that we are to behave as though there's no money for us to work with. That's what I see from our leadership. So if we're gonna finalize the number and correct it, let's do it now. Otherwise, let's take direction from our leadership and keep pressing forward without money.
Then you really
Okay.
have to answer the question, what are people here for? Because my contention is, if we can't even get them to fund it sufficiently, what makes you think you're going to get anything other than a pat on the head at the end? Why would they do anything for us? If we can't even stand up for the funding after, I mean, everything we asked for in that policy prescription, we can prove multiple times over what has been stolen from us. So, you know, it's like, understand where we're at. No, they don't want us to have reparations, restorative policy. They don't want you to have houses. They don't want you to have anything. So can we please accept that and understand that this is a fight? This is why lineage and equal protection under the 14th Amendment is critical. Yeah, this work can get done without a budget. It certainly can, but like Pastor McMichael said, we should not be disenfranchising ourselves in our quest to enfranchise others and to save everyone else. We're going to kill ourselves, but it's on principle. I mean, what does it say about us? We know that a budget is necessary, but what does it say about, yes, we love our people, the love of the work, we're really willing to work for free. Well, guess what? That's our nature. That's our history, doing shit for free. I just think it's a matter of principle. And I think that we will have the support, and that we can't, think that we aren't justified in asking for these funds. And that's why I suggested that it might be put in a escrow account. And then, we present invoices, we have our rationale, and let them say no. And then we are going to have to come together and decide what is our course of action if they say no. But I say, go ahead, let them say no. And then we can move on from there and make decisions. But I expected this, and I thought we all understood this, but that's why it's so important to have the community buy-in. That's why One High Point United is necessary to back us up as a commission when we need the court of public opinion in our favor for the policies that we're going to push. And the grassroots is fully invested in this fight. And if we want 90,000, then the city is going to hear about the fact that the One High Point Commission wants $90,000 to fund its budget. It's up to us what we want, and for us to stand firm, and then the community will support us because we need fighters, we need representation.
Okay, so I appreciate all the comments, and everything that was said is valid. All right, where we are right now is, and to Commissioner Reynolds' point, the question was asked and the answer was create the budget that you need. All right. So to Commissioner Holmes's point is create the budget, make sure it's tight or as tight as it can be. And then let's make the presentation to City Council, and to Commissioner Page's comment that she just made, and let the chips fall where they may. But the bottom line is this work is going to get done. And if we have to do the workaround to get it done, we're going to do that. So let's look at this budget. Let's walk through it. We have roughly 50 minutes that we can do that. And if we have to come back and visit it again, we will. But we're having conversation right now about We're trying to answer the questions that need to be asked to the city. And we're trying to answer the questions that need to be asked to the NAACP. And neither one of them is sitting here. So it's the commission. So again, I'm gonna walk through this budget. And the pieces that I need are the written justifications to put on the sheet. You know, I mean, it's just plain and simple. Everybody got a copy of it. So we looked at $14,000 for a project manager. And the justification for that was $1,400 per month for 10 months. Now it's fewer months than that. And to get a project manager in for that amount is more than reasonable for the project that we have established here. We got $90,000 for legal services. And that's $100 per hour at 900 hours. And a justification has been written for that. And the justification reads, in need of legal services with a strong content background, as opposed to generalist, to provide legal guidance to the commission. Guidance such as constitutional law, civil liberties, and how to frame the final proposal will help to craft the final document. All right, then we have genealogists at $3,000, $100 per hour at 30 hours. I need a written justification for that to go on this budget. We know what it is. It needs to be in writing so that we can present it.
Can I say that the genealogist in that case might be someone who could frame a methodology for, like when you go to the Office of Freedmen Affairs at the High Point City Hall, you go in there and this genealogist has constructed basically the process on how you get your black card, to put it simply. That could be a thing that a genealogist would put together, for instance. I don't know. I'm just saying that maybe that's.
Put it in writing.
Yes, sir.
Put it in writing and email it to me.
Yes, sir, Bo.
The next one is industrial genealogist, $3,000, $100 per hour for 30 hours. Put it in writing and get it to me.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Who? Somebody was speaking.
Y'all need to let him finish giving the budget. Go ahead.
Okay. An economist, $3,000, $100 per hour at 30 hours. Justification. Historian, $3,000, $100 an hour for 30 hours. Justification. We already know we're scratching documentary services and so forth because we're so far into this thing right now that it wouldn't be accurate.
So question, Joe,
Mhm.
can you, when you say justification, can you just go to the resolution and cut and paste the justification? Historian is the because of X, Y, and Z, or the genealogist is because of the top
So-
part. Can we just do that? Because that gives them
where
more
did-
justification.
What constitutes the $100 an hour for 30 hours? Is 30 hours sufficient? Or is
Now,
20 hours
this is a projection.
sufficient?
Oh,
This
I
is
mean,
projected.
aren't these
right.
projections? Because you can't
They are
get into it
projected.
until you get into the work. This is a
Okay,
land
so-
never walked.
So we're gonna present this budget and know that we may have to make adjustments to line items, and we may have to increase it or decrease it depending on the service that's provided and what we find out as we move forward.
Hey, Joe, may I make a quick suggestion? Instead of using the term justification, why don't you talk about a business case for the expenditure of the monies that you're asking for?
Okay, that's a good way.
You don't need to justify anything.
But
But you do need to write.
put it.
Yeah, for
But-
them, they want a business case for how you're going to spend this money.
Right.
And so write a business case for why and how you're going to spend this money.
That's a nice way to say it. That's
Very
a nice way
good.
to say it.
Well, we also have the budget book too, so we can use that language. I believe they use like certain topics like job detail. But Chair Joe, I'll get that book that you gave to Mr. Sims, and I'll make sure that I support you on whatever you need in terms of the language on that,
Okay.
if you like.
Sounds great. All right. We have the business.
Business case.
The business case for commissioner stipends. And we have the business case for each of the community events. So if we were not to take out the $3,000 that Commissioner McMichaels is proposing, then we're looking at $150,500. That's the budget.
Well, I would definitely, I think that legal number was high and that might have slipped through. I would definitely cut that legal number by 45 to 50%. We were under the assumption that, you know, we would be able to get someone to do everything. But I think that that number is definitely twice as large as it needs to be.
So what do you want to make that number? 45?
Let's take that to 45. We would reduce the scope of that work as well, but essentially that.
All right, so now we're at $105,500. Is everybody in agreement with that? So that's what we're gonna take to council. Once we get the business
case,
and we add that information in here, we'll take that to city council and let the cards fall where they may. In the meantime, we're still gonna continue to get this work done and do it to the best of our ability with the resources that we have. If we want community support, let's reach out and get community support. You know, a mechanism has been put in place that donations can be made to the project through the city. So let's look at that. And if we need to create a business plan to solicit those funds, then let's get that done.
Can I make a recommendation? We solicit funds from the federal government to close the race for welfare. Can we make that?
And I've looked at a number of different grants. All right, so is that figure? Yes.
You mentioned that donations can be made through the city. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
All that I can tell you is that a mechanism was put in place when the NAACP met with the city, that any donations that that want to be made to the project is sent through the city and earmarked specifically for this project.
How is that? Basically, how does that happen? Is there a button on their Facebook page, on their YouTube page? Is it that people just know somehow that they send donations there? How are people being made aware of that? Or how would we do we tell them to go to a link? What do we tell them to do?
Maybe that's Jerron that can answer that more. I don't know, Joe.
Is Jerron still here?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. So the way that will work, if there was an entity that wanted to contribute funds for this effort, they would just bring that to the city manager, and then if they specify the use of that fund for that particular project, then the city would use those funds specifically for the purpose that was given. Now, like we've said times before, when the money comes into the city, that it follows the procurement processes that the city has. So if someone gave $10,000 and then they said, I want you to hire this particular person, it wouldn't work like that. if money came in, that would be used for that purpose, but there would be a request for proposals and it would go through the standard process of any other dollars expended. But there's not a link or a button or a Dropbox that you put the money in. It will be a discussion with whoever represents that group to talk to the manager or the manager's representative, and then they would specifically detail how much, and then the city would take care of it from there. That's happened before on other things. That's not a new process.
Okay, I was just trying to understand it so I would know how to explain to somebody else so they can make a donation. So it sounds like it's a little complicated for your everyday person.
It's not complicated at all. It's not complicated at all.
So can they just write a check and want to send this money to the High Point One High Point Reparations? Can they do that?
They can do that. It could come into the city manager's office, and then it will be necessarily appropriated through finance.
Okay, through the city manager.
Yeah, but they would want to, just in just good process, they would probably want to let someone know. I mean, I wouldn't say just drop it in the mail. You know,
Okay.
I would say that they have a point of contact. It could be me, it could be the city manager's office, but it's not a difficult process at all.
Okay.
All right, but the thing to understand that he was explaining, which, you know, the process of receiving the funds is not complicated. It's the fact that if we were to reach out to hire somebody through the city, they have to go through the procurement process of the city and will be hired as contracted services for the city. You know, I mean, that's just the mechanism that's in place by making this commission a city commission. You know, so any hiring of anything goes through city protocol.
Joe, do I look confused? Because I wasn't talking about hiring anybody. I was just talking about donations.
Yeah, but I wanted to bring that out because
Okay.
the budget has us hiring people.
Okay.
You know, so let's just be real clear that there's a process even for that.
Okay. So we'll do the donations. Try to get people to do donations.
So
Joe?
if I'm hearing correctly, we're gonna present a budget of $105,500 to the city. Commissioner Page and anybody else that wants to write the business case need to email that to me so I can put it in this document. We'll walk through it and see if we can we'll get on the agenda to make the presentation.
Okay. So can we, I guess I'll listen to this I didn't write down the categories and the numbers, but I know which category.
But you got a copy of it. All commissioners have a copy of this document.
Okay. All right, I'll get that to you by the end of the week.
That'll work.
I was going to ask if we can go ahead and say, when is the next city council meeting? When do we want to present this? What's our goal? And if we could all, as commissioners, go to the meeting and support Chair Austin in support of him presenting it, because we all need to show up when he's presenting that.
City council meets on and it looks like I'm frozen. So can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. City council meets on the first and third Monday of each month. So I would say let's make this presentation. We can get it written up. Try to get on the agenda on what's reasonable.
Mr. Chair, it looks like we have some folks that are frozen. Just as far as process, if there's a dollar amount that we're talking about council considering for approval, I think the standard process, and I'll let Councilman Holmes step in, would be that it went through the finance committee
That's correct.
via the agenda. So it has to be placed on the agenda by the city manager. So that would be your first stop before things don't just go on the agenda automatically. It has to go in with anything. It has to go in through the manager's office first and then be appropriately placed on the agenda so that when the presentation is made, you'll be making a presentation, but the question is not going to just be to the presenter. It's going to be to staff because it's actually on the agenda as an agenda item. So as you build in your date and your timeline, keep in mind the process as far as because it could go to the finance committee first, Councilman Holmes, and I'll let Councilman Holmes clean the rest of that up.
You're correct, Jerron. It will present it to the city manager. She will get it on the agenda to go to the finance committee. Then a presentation will be made to the finance committee, and then it will be voted up or down by finance. And then if it's voted favorably, it will go to full agenda as part of a consent agenda, and then it will be passed on the consent agenda, or it will be debated at the dais to be passed at the full council. So anything, even this commission itself went through committee. It went through the Prosperity and Livability Committee before coming to full council. So it has to go, nothing goes directly to council.
That's fine. So again, get the business case information to me so I can get it on this proposed budget.
My question is to Commissioner Holmes then, what does that committee look like then, that finance committee? Can you give us a little makeup of who actually serves on that committee? So we'll know who the players are?
Myself, Commissioner, Councilwoman Peters, Councilman Jones, and Councilman Moore is the chair, Britt Moore.
Did all of them vote yay or nay on the commission?
We're split 2 and 2.
What's the 2?
How convenient.
Myself and Councilwoman Peters.
So you have Wood and what's the other person?
Jones and Moore.
Holmes and Moore.
Jones. Council Victor Jones and Britt Moore voted no. Monica Peters and myself voted yes.
So I think it would be helpful for us to have a list of like the last maybe 20 monetary awards that your committee has voted yes on. I'd like to see their votes on what they have funded over their career, because I wish they would say no. I'm hoping they say no. I'm actually looking forward to no.
Okay, so we're gonna get this information. We're gonna present this document, and we're gonna move forward.
Thank you.
Is everybody clear?
Yes.
Everybody happy? Everybody okay? Commissioner McMichaels, you gonna pass the plate around?
I believe with all this influence on the phone, getting $200,000 is easy. I mean,
you got it.
We
All
got
right.
people that can write a check for this and some more on
That's
this
right.
call.
That's right.
So
All right, so is all hearts and minds clear?
Yes.
We've got a commission meeting on November 3rd, full commission meeting, November 3rd. We're gonna get this information, the budget information, to city manager and let that process get started. In the meantime, we've had a very, very good day. We had some very, very productive conversation and debate. We're going to keep moving this process forward because there's a lot riding on this. And you all have voiced that adequately during this retreat. We're going to have 2 more retreats. We'll talk about those. We'll have the final reviewing, and we'll work through this thing as we go. So if all hearts and minds are clear, ask for a motion to adjourn.
So before we adjourn, are we going to talk about where do we go from here conversation with the YWCA, or are we going to save that for the 3rd?
Let's save that for the 3rd. That way
Right.
your committee can pull some details together as to how that's gonna work on that day.
And Mr. Chair, we're not taking votes in this meeting, so you don't need.
No, that's right. I'm sorry. That was my fault.
I think, Lavelle, I think it's gonna be a good, this meeting has yielded some exciting policy prescription. I want you guys to all check your email. I sent a visual companion to go along with the policies. But just imagine at these town halls, taking each of these sheets and blowing it up and putting them on a tripod and then having them set up in the room where people can walk around and read them. And we have little sticky notes there where they can put their little opinions about it and add to it, subtract. So what we created today, or what we shared today, I think is going to make the town halls and community meetings, very, very, very productive, because what we've done is we have truly reflected the disparities in the community, because those policies, which Michael and I worked on, those are a result of study. Those weren't just plucked out of, my head, and, those are just what is actually going on. And so I think when people see that we see them, they're going to be excited and they're going to engage, and they're going to feel respected as well, because we're giving them the opportunity to participate. And that's not something that we get to do often, where we have our government or our municipality coming to us specifically asking, what is it that we need? What is it that we want? So I'm really looking forward to, the relief that we are going to bring to the community when they see us walk in and talk about them and their lives and their challenges. And I'm just really looking forward to the sense of, dare I say, hope that we are going to bring. But I feel confident that all of those policy prescriptions, are doable, that they're going to take work. And as long as we stick together, that we can make this happen with the backing of the community.
And it's going to be very important to have those stories of the real time stories of the disparities that have actually happened to real time people, so it's important, and that's why the PR committee is such a vital piece in moving this forward. All right, everybody, I appreciate you, and I think that we've done a yeoman's job today. I hope that a number of citizens of High Point had the opportunity to view this on YouTube, and if not, it will be posted on our city site, and folks can look at it at a later time. So